Good evening, West Orange. Today is October 24th, 2023. I am Tammy Williams, Town Council President, and this is our conference agenda of the 24th Town Council meeting. This portion of our meeting, first, let me start by the notice to the public. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Unfortunately for this evening's meeting, our clerk of court is unavailable and our deputy clerk is unavailable. Therefore, for today's meeting, we will have as clerk pro tempore, Mr. Peter Smeraldo.
Good evening. What don't you do, Pete?
Man of many hats.
Absolutely. We'll start this evening's conference agenda. On your agenda, you'll see that Extra Mile Day 2023 is listed first. However, I have had some text messages and emails that some of our volunteers are still en route. So we want to give everyone an opportunity to get here. So we're going to start with our PSE&G presentation.
He's got your roll call. He's got your roll call.
And as the mayor is coming up and to talk about that, we'll have roll call from Mr. Smeraldo.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Councilwoman Castellino.
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Present.
Councilman Rutherford.
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
Mayor McCartney.
Is present, and
Present.
she just walked out the door.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. And Mayor McCartney. Kelvin is here. He's sitting on the front row. He's right here, Mayor. Yep, he's right here on the first row.
Good evening. Good evening. So good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. We are going to start with this PSE&G. Council President, if you recall, I'm going to say first semester of this year, the Sustainable Jersey program, the township is a certified Sustainable Jersey municipality. We worked with Montclair State, partnered with an intern there to present to the township a energy savings, cost savings program for residential use. We received points for that and it helped everyone in the community. Tonight's presentation is for small business owners to have the same advantages from PSE&G. We're going to hear from a representative from PSE&G this evening to talk about that. What happened to my? Okay. We have that new screen. It really is a program that it's free. There's absolutely no obligation. The first step would be to create your own energy audit with a representative from PSE&G. It would be based on your business needs and anything that the representative finds that would help your business become more energy efficient and cost savings. So we built a framework of people to help with this launch, I'm going to call it. Council President is on the team, Joe Fagan, of course, Sherry Quirk, my administrative assistant. We have our chamber involved, Georgia Varadkis, Evan Nash, Tez Roro, and Downtown Alliance. Megan Brill and Amy McCampbell have been very helpful with the launch. So, Kelvin, I'm going to, we're going to show video first. All right, didn't know about that.
Here in West Orange, sustainability is very important to our residents and to our business community. So we are partnering with Sustainable Jersey to help businesses in our community take advantage of PSE&G's program to improve energy efficiency in their buildings.
Communities around the state are partnering with Sustainable Jersey to help businesses increase their energy efficiency with PSE&G Energy Saver Program, which includes the Small Business Direct Install Program and incentives. Direct Install is a turnkey program that makes it easy and affordable to upgrade to high efficiency equipment. It all starts with a free energy audit of your business or nonprofit. The goal is to put money back into my business. So if there's an opportunity to save, I want to do that. In our business, we use a lot of energy for various machines. So any impact, any opportunities for improvement and reduction in energy usage is going to make a big difference for us. A PSE&G approved advisor comes to your facility with a checklist of things to examine related to energy use. Advisors then share a list of optional energy efficiency upgrades and pricing specifically recommended for your facility. So there's no upfront cost to get somebody in here to do it, the experts. And then there's a tailored business report that says, this is what you can do to save money and save energy. You'll also find out about potential cost savings from these improvements, available incentives, and a list of approved contractors to work with. There's no obligation to move forward, and the choices are up to you. You can work with your contractor to select a scope of work that best fits the needs of your business. By taking action, you can lower your utility bill and upgrade the energy efficiency of your business while helping the environment.
The environmental benefits are that you're saving energy. So you're saving money and energy at the same time.
Find out more about PSE&G's free on-site energy audit for the Small Business Direct Install Program.
Let me introduce Calvin. And I understand you're a West Orange resident? Good. So welcome.
So good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me, allowing me the opportunity to come and speak on behalf of PSE&G and the Business Energy Saver Program. The agenda for this evening regarding the program is we'll do a quick introduction of myself. We'll talk about the Business Energy Saver Program and the sub-programs that make it up. Prescriptive custom, energy management, small business direct install. And then we'll talk more specifically about the small business direct install program because I think it will be more specific to the township of West Orange, and I think will be quite beneficial to you. We'll also talk about the on-bill repayment program, and then we'll answer a few questions if time permitting. So again, my name is Kelvin Roberson, and as mentioned, I'm a proud resident of West Orange. Energy efficiency advisor for a company called TRC. And TRC, we are the contractors for the PSE&G Business Energy Saver Program, meaning that we direct the program. We manage the monies, we give out the funds to those who apply for them, and we come out and we do all of the engineering. I'm an engineer myself, and would be one of those persons that would come out and evaluate your business facility to find opportunities for you to save energy, save money by saving energy. So the programs that make up our business energy program is prescriptive, custom, energy management, which is two subcategories: strategic energy management, retro commissioning, and the small business direct install program. Our prescriptive program is a program that we kind of designate as what we call a retrofit program. You replace a light, we give you an incentive for a light. You replace 100 lights, we give you 100 incentives of lights. It helps reduce the initial cost of you to save energy by upgrading your facility, by upgrading the lighting, upgrading HVAC, anything that burns energy within your business or home, and we'll speak on a little bit later, but anything that burns energy, we genuinely have an incentive that we will give you for replacing it. Eligibility for the program is that all you have to do is be a PSE&G customer, whether in gas or electric. You don't have to have both. We know that sometimes there are opportunities for you to use another source, but you do have to use PSE&G for one or the other. And as you'll note at the end of the first sentence, customer contributing to the societal benefit charge is societal benefit. A lot of people always ask me, where does the money come from that we are able to give back? And our program, it's not a government program of such. Societal benefit is something that every one of you pays on your PSE&G bill. Every month you pay that fee into this pool of money that we potentially can give back, but we only give it back if you ask for it. The project must be in a permanent reduction of energy. So you can't put in the lights and then take them out after we give you the rebate, or you can't change out the washer and dryer and then switch it back. And then you also have to use qualified equipment. Qualified equipment means something similar to when you see Energy Star when you go in to buy a refrigerator. Well, there's an Energy Star rating for lighting, HVAC, all things that burn energy. So it must comply in that regard. Our customs program is a program that is built for those items that don't fit into our prescriptive program. Now, when I mention prescriptive, we have a list of over 500 items that have an incentive attached to it. Like I said, if you walk through your home, anything that you burn that burns energy, it can be a toaster, it can be a water heater, it can be a refrigerator, washer, dryer, computers. We give an incentive for each and every one of those items. Now, in a custom project, you may design, or someone may come in and do a custom design for your HVAC system. In that regard, then we don't have a specific incentive, but we pay you by $3.50 per therm saved or 16 cents per kilowatt hour. For custom projects, the incentives are capped at 50% of the total project. So we just recently had a business project that came through. The cost was $1.2 million. In that instance, we would only pay up to $600,000 of incentive toward that project. But the business was able to save over $600,000 regarding the upgrade to their building. Custom applications are subject to the general requirements. Again, it has to be a PSE&G customer. Associated equipment, performance data, we require specifications, calculations, and those calculations have to be done by you, the business owner, in order for us to do that. Now, in order to start a prescriptive project, you simply, I'm sorry. Prescriptive projects, a lot of instances will come up when I go into a business and people will say, oh, well, I just replaced 2 HVAC units. I just replaced the water heater. In those instances, we have a program called 180-day look back, meaning that we'll go back 6 months from today. And if you've installed that project within those 6 months, you give us an invoice, show us the money that you paid out, and we'll cut you a check. So in this instance, today being October 24th, if you come up and you say, Kelvin, I just replaced these items back, as long as you did it before April 24th, I'm sorry, after April 24th, 2023, we'll cut you a check for the incentive that you just installed in your facilities. Our energy management program, I'll talk about this briefly. It's for large facilities, upwards of 500,000 square feet. Those instances, we also have programs to offer opportunities for them to save energy just as well. They're what we call our big energy users within the PSE&G program. It's broken down into retro commissioning, which is more for commercial users, hospitals, office buildings and the likes, and then strategic energy management, which is more for industrial. Programs are available if you know or are part of an organization that uses that type of energy. And when I say that type of energy, I'm meaning above 10 million kilowatts per year, which is a whole lot of energy. Starting a program like this is basically similar to what we do for our smaller programs. It starts with a site assessment. It's run by what we call a trade ally. They run through and do the assessment, determine how much money can be saved within your program, and we start cutting checks. Same with the strategic energy management. It's just a matter of evaluating your facility and moving forward with finding opportunities to save energy. Again, just a quick requirements, facility being larger than 500,000 square feet. You have to use over 10 million kilowatt hours of energy, over 300,000 therms. And genuinely, the work that is done in that facility has to be done within a year and a half because we require that in that project. Not necessarily in a physical smallness or size. The program can save your facility upwards of 30%. Eligible businesses have to have at least 12 months of history requiring, meaning utility bills going back 12 months. And you have to use an average of less than 200 kilowatts per month. And we would be able to figure that out either through your bill, or we have a system that we can help you find that out as well. All SBDI projects can be performed, I should say, must be performed by one of our certified trade allies or contractors. So these contractors have gone through certification in order to be able to offer these opportunities up to you. You don't have to do any calculating yourself. You simply call out one of the SBDI trade allies or call me and I'll recommend some, and they will come out, do the incentive for you. They do all the paperwork, they do all of the workbook, they find the opportunities, and they help you to save money. And as it states down low, businesses repay as little as 20% of the total project cost. SBDI is designed for PSE&G business customers. Again, this is the items that we just went through, but you do, again, I like to highlight, you do have to have 12 months of data. You can't move into a building and only have 3 months of history. It has to be at least a year. Again, you can use dual utilities, but one of them has to be PSE&G. And then to participate in the program, you must use one of our trade allies. Many of the measures that I mentioned earlier of the 500 that we give an incentive for fall into this program. Now, in this program, the incentives are paid not to you, the customer, but to the contractor trade ally who does the work. What's different about this program than the incentive program that I mentioned earlier is that there is a built-in multiplier for this program. And that's where the opportunity to save as much as 80% on your project comes into play. Now, there are 2 tiers for customers that go from 1 to 100 kilowatt usage and from 101 to 200. Now, when I say total project, I don't mean just the light fixtures. I don't mean just the water heater. It's the project in full, the labor involved. If there's any cleanup involved, if you have to rent a hoist to go up on the roof, to anything that is involved in that project, that will be totaled into that project, and you can get up to 80% off, meaning if it's a $1,000 project, there's only $200 out of pocket for you. Now, there are specific zones with it that we work in. We at TRC do a project or a program for SBDI or direct install, and then PSE&G has a direct program for direct install. A UEZ is genuinely a program that will include nonprofits and churches, some municipal buildings, but in those instances, there are different programs, but both programs offer the same opportunities in regards to savings. The on-bill repayment program is a program that allows you to not have any out-of-pocket costs upfront within this program. It also allows you to move your out-of-pocket costs to your PSE&G bill for 5 years interest-free. So if you have $1,000 project and you have $200 that out of pocket that you owe after the project is complete, you can move that $200 to your PSE&G bill. It'll be a line item within your bill, and you will pay that over the next 60 months in equal payments. Here's a case study regarding the program, a warehouse lighting that used our prescriptive program. The warehouse was 2 million square feet. Estimated base electric rate was 16 cents per kilowatt hour. But the total project cost for this building was $134,029. Using the incentives from the PSE&G program, the money that was given to them for doing this upgrade, $102,025, meaning that the total out-of-pocket project cost for the business owner was $32,003. That money, the $32,000 that would come out of pocket for the company, could be moved to their PSE&G bill for 60 months at $533.38 per month over the next 5 years. No, zero interest. That same program is equal to those of you that may have a small business or know someone that has a small business. Ways to get in touch with PSE&G, you can start with our bizsafe.pseng.com link or website. You can talk with one of our BCS customer advisors, one of our energy efficiency advisors like myself, or you can go to the PSE&G Energy Saver at trccompanies.com website as well. Any questions?
I did. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think once our business owners hear about the opportunity, they'll be extremely excited. But I wanted to ask if you could just give us some examples of the incentives, the small business, and what would be some of the projects that a business owner might look to do?
For example, this room, we would come in and we would see the lights, and I'm seeing opportunities to replace the lighting with LED lights. I don't know how much energy this particular room burns, but literally we could save, well, just in the lighting alone, probably 50% of the energy that this room burns. And again, it depends on how often you use the room, but the more you use the room, the more energy savings that the opportunity comes up. But again, water heaters, washer and dryers, your HVAC system. I mean, we give up to 50% off on a new HVAC system for your business.
And so then my follow-up question was, in the event some business owners don't actually own the property, and so, but they may be responsible for the HVAC system or whatever have you, then is there some type of agreement with the owner of the property that
In that instance, and we pay whoever is paying the bill.
Okay.
But you do have to get permission of the property owner. But if you are paying the account, that is who we pay the incentives to.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Thank you very much for your presentation. I know the mayor is anxious to get this out to our business community. So my question for you, as far as public service is concerned, are you mailing out to your clientele? I mean, we're going to try to get this information out to the business community, but will this be a copy be in their bills? Like, how are you getting this
There are
information
different-
out?
Yeah, there
to
are
them?
flyers that are in some of the bills. We are trying to do it through the trade allies. They are doing their own push for the program. We could be doing some things better. I have some things outside that you can take as well. So it's a little bit of all of the above.
Okay.
There's lately we've had some new TV commercials. So we're trying to get it out as best as we can.
We'll make a presentation to the Downtown Alliance, but the chamber, I guess, should as well.
And I'll just mention Mr. Prespis was in the video.
Yes, he was.
Just at his building about a week ago. And so we're getting ready to do some lighting and HVAC for him.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you.
I just wanted to piggyback on the council. Sorry, I just wanted to supplement what Mr. Robertson just said, was that there is a mailing. This was a grant. So it's a $5,000 grant that the township was awarded. And out of that money, there will be a mailing that will go out to all of our business owners so that they will be aware and their our giveaways and different things that PSC has provided for the business owners that participate. And to back up what the council president said, though this is not a business, the township did participate a few years back in the direct install program. I initiated that here, and we have since saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is why I want to extend it to the business community and to our residents, like I said, in the first semester of this year. So there is more work to get done. You just brought that up. There is more work to get done. We also were looking at sensors and other things that we can do in our building. But right now, this is for the business community and temples and churches. So because they're nonprofit and they could also apply for this program.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you.
Things outside on the table for you to take in, and do
Thank you. And again, as we continue with our conference agenda, we also wanted to highlight the numerous volunteers of our boards and commissions. So at this time, without any further ado, we have a proclamation and we'd like the mayor to welcome and introduce our boards and commissions.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a copy of the
I
proclamation?
do, I
Okay.
do. Kind of edited a little bit, just so I don't have, we're not going to read the whole thing. But it is a proclamation and it is to honor and recognize all of our volunteers that are here today or on Zoom to go the extra mile. That's what it's called. And it's a national incentive, the Extra Mile 2023. In our community, we want to acknowledge that there is a special vibrancy that exists when the entire community, when its individual citizens collectively go the extra mile in personal effort, volunteerism, and service. And you are invited here this evening because we want to shine a light on you and celebrate individuals and your organizations within our community who do go the extra mile in order to make a difference and lift up fellow members in our community, which was very obvious last night at our HRC meeting. We want to acknowledge this as a mission of the Extra Mile America, and we have been partners with this Extra Mile. It's a national organization for a number of years. Of course, COVID got in the way a few years back, but we wanted to do this in person. So I, Susan McCartney, Mayor of West Orange, do hereby proclaim it will be November 1st, 2023 to be Extra Mile Day, to acknowledge all those who are inspirational in their efforts in his own life. We acknowledge all those who are inspirational in their efforts and their commitment to their organizations, families, our community, our country, to make the world a better place. So this evening, we're going to go by different boards and commissions to thank you for doing more than just wishing for change. And that's what you have been doing. So let's see. Near and dear to my heart, Planning Board. If anyone here from the Planning Board is here, I know myself, Pete, Smeraldo, and Tammy. There we go. Okay, zoning board, I see a chairman, Phil Neuer is here. Anyone from the zoning board, if you're here, please. Oh. Yeah, thanks for coming out. Let's see who we have. Anyone from the Historic Preservation Commission here this evening? A clean sweep there on the table. The Downtown West Orange Alliance. Yay. There we go. Oh, we have more members. Oh, we have more members, Michelle. Richard? Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. And we have the West Orange Library Board, members of Library Board.
No one from the library board?
Maybe. All right. I see my colleagues on the Environmental Commission are here.
Right, come on down.
Joe Berwin, Mike Drick.
You guys wanna come and get in the vote? Sure.
No, it's all right. Just do it with me. Yeah. Do it with me.
Okay.
You'll get in. Get in.
We'll get it. Michelle, you joining?
Very good. Thank you. All right.
But I do have to make a quick announcement, though. The Environmental Commission on November 4th, we started a partnership with Second Chance Toys a few years back. We have asked people in the community to donate their plastic toys to keep them out of landfill. But Second Chance Toys is an organization that has an affiliation with 12 charitable organizations. So everything that you donate gets sent out. There is a 20-foot trailer up at the recycling center. It looks locked, but it's not. So you can put in whatever you like. You can take whatever you like. It's really a shop and swap. And we are going to clean and sort all of those toys on November 4th. We're always looking for volunteers. And since all the volunteers are in this room, you are welcome to join us up at the recycling center. So thank you. Let's see. What else? We have the Arts Council. I do see some members of the Arts Council.
Thank you all. Thank you for your service.
We could look at that. The Open Space Commission. Joe, good stay right there. Joe McCartney's Chair of the Open Space Commission.
This looks like a honeydew photo. We've got one already. We have to get more than one.
The Older Adults Advisory Board. I do see members here. Yes, there we go.
Thank you so much. No, you guys are good.
Our Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board. There you go. A one-person show. Oh, no, no. We have the Human Relations Commission. Thank you, Liz and Dawn. Chairperson Liz Milham and co-chair Dawn Adams. Greetings. The mayor's program for the uniquely gifted. Economic Development Commission. We have the Oscar Schindler Performing Arts Board. Oh, we have the Public Relations Commission. Yes. Municipal Alliance.
I know, right? All right, let it go, guys. All right.
Yes.
All right.
Let's, oh,
We didn't get Donnie's photo. All right. Here we go.
so. So thank you all, and thank you for doing more than just wishing for change. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate you coming out this evening. Thank you. I know. But I mean. That's fine. Thank you very much. The time is now 7:13. I would like to call our council meeting to order. I will read our official statement, which is this to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 23rd, 2022, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 1st, 2022. Statement of decorum. In all matters not provided for. Oh, okay,
I'll put it in.
Right,
Regular meeting.
right, I'm gonna put it in the regular meeting. No problem. In all matters not provided for in subsection 3-15.1, and except under consent of the council president, each person addressing the council pursuant to this subsection shall be required to limit his or her remarks to 5 minutes and shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule. 1972 Code Section 3-15.2. We have 2 additional presentations, and of course, I just saw one of our volunteers from the community come in. So Mayor, Mr. Morgan is here. I would be remiss if we did not acknowledge him and give him a pin.
Here, Mike, take a picture with those two.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was one of the people that was en route, and we tried to hold off so that he could get here. It's off. It's off. Yes, yes.
Good night.
He was just saying he's been up since 3 a.m.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the honor. Really appreciate this. It means a lot to me. It means much lot to me it means a lot to me and my family. And we're proud to be members of this community, and we hope to continue that. Unfortunately, I've been up since 3 a.m. doing, protecting my VIPs. I just put something on the plane. I'm gonna go home and take care of myself.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this time, we need to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't think we did the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You gotta read that.
And then if we can have Rabbi Tobin, please come for the invocation for this.
We didn't do roll call, Council President.
Okay,
Roll call
roll call.
by cheat sheet. Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Council President Williams.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And invocation, Rabbi Tobin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
On October 7th, just 2.5 weeks ago, on a Saturday morning, hundreds of members of the West Orange Township were in synagogues peacefully praying and celebrating our Sabbath and our holiday, unaware that in the midst of our joy, our peaceful freedom and enjoyment of the good offices of citizens of West Orange, that 6,000 miles away, Hamas terrorists were wreaking slaughter and havoc upon more than 24 innocent and undefended small towns and villages, that they began a barrage of missiles fired from civilian neighborhoods into civilian neighborhoods, not caring who gets killed by them on either side. While we were rejoicing, they killed over 1,300 people, most of them unarmed, undefended, men, women, and children, in a brutal butchery we've not seen in this generation, in this world. And they stole over 200 human beings captive that they still hold, over 30 of them children. It resulted in exactly what Hamas knew would happen according to their plan. Thousands of innocent Palestinians have now been killed by Israeli military might, as Israel tries to eliminate Hamas with weapons of war in the most densely populated region on God's green earth. The innocent pay the price. War is terrible. We grieve for the rampant, ongoing human suffering, and we watch the news agape in horror. And tonight here, in our peaceful, diverse, loving West Orange Town Hall, all those serving the needs of our community are united in that feeling of human horror. I pray that we are not divided on our hopes for ultimate peace, security, and dignity for all innocent people in the region. As a diverse community, we unite in empathy for those whose lives have been destroyed and those whose lives may yet be saved. And for the countless members of our West Orange community who, with family and friends, are deeply and directly involved and affected by the war. I would hope, pray, and demand that all people of moral virtue, including in formal action, our township, condemn the terrorism, the deliberate slaughter of non-combatants, the use of human shields, the taking of hostages, and all violations of the Geneva Convention protocols for the treatment of civilians in any part of the theater of war. We have our humanity, and we refuse to let it go. In sacred duty to our township, we pray together today for the protection of the innocent, the elimination of hatred, butchery, and terrorism, and the coming of a day when a shared world of civil rights will protect the dignity of all peoples in the region and elsewhere, even as we strive to make it a full reality even here, and that all of our efforts and all of your efforts on behalf of our township will help to provide the kind of peace that has been promised for all of us. And if you wish, we say amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi Tobin. We will continue with our public comment. First, we would like to have, so we have two things. We have a presentation by Ms. Van Dyke from the Senior Services, and then we also have a presentation from Marge from the library. Is she on the call?
Yes, Council President, Marge is on the call. I think she's just going to speak. I don't know if she has a presentation. I don't have anything for her. If you want on.
What's the update for the library?
Okay, can we allow Marge to go first? I know she has an engagement, so we'll allow Marge to go first, please. And then-
Marge, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Excellent. Okay. Good evening, Council President, council members, town administrators, Mayor McCartney, library friends, and patrons of West Orange. I would just like to spend a few moments tonight to sort of relive the resolution that our library board made on January 26th, 2023, as we closed our library. And this is a reminder of West Orange's strong belief in the importance of a town library as we await the opening of our new one. So as we officially closed our present library tonight, I would like to remember this building at 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue. Service to the community since 1959 and its addition in 1979. West Orange residents initially had no library available to them until 1884, when services of the Orange Library were offered to them. And after various arrangements with the Orange Library, including several branch sites, West Orange residents, in an overwhelming vote, established their own public library. Papers of incorporation for the West Orange Public Library were signed in 1951. So now, nearly 70 years later, the library is moving into a 21st century facility at 10 Rooney Circle. We certainly have come a long way from library users back in 1884 using kerosene lamps to read their books and using lectures to raise money to buy them. Over the past 9 months, the Library Board of Trustees, the library director, staff, and town administration, in concert with a construction team who met every 14 days, have had the sole mandate and effort of rehabilitating 10 Rooney Circle into our 21st century library. It has been challenging, replete with problems and situations out of our control, but we have never strayed from the task toward our completion. While it was planned for a shorter timeline to completion, it has not happened for a variety of reasons. It is a litany of many causes, but to quote Benjamin Franklin, well done is better than well said. Closing down a library, packing up its contents, moving them to storage, selecting new furniture and carpeting, demolishing the insides of 10 Rooney Circle, constructing the new internal design, infrastructure, and technology, then moving the library's holdings into the new facilities in accordance with the library's organization of materials, weeding and reading the shelves, ensuring that all utilities are metered and working properly, completing all required inspections, compiling and completing a large punch list, among many other construction requirements, along with exterior building surround needs needed to be monitored to completion. All at the same time, offering a variety of library services by our staff at different libraries, along with serving our patrons at an annex set up at the second floor office at 80 Main Street. Thank you, Mayor McCartney. This was no small feat. Yet our new doors, well, we still need a few, are not able to open until all materials are in place and a few parts are installed in the rooftop units in order to get a certificate of occupancy, hopefully very, very soon. During these months, we have gotten our share of complaints and also laudatory correspondence. Many wonderful patrons have inquired how they can provide monetary donations, which are usually given to support new needs of a new facility and their new programs. Keep in mind, all donations are tax deductible and would be much appreciated and recognized. I want to thank our wonderful community for their excellent patience. as they wait for the opening of the library. It is worth the wait. The beautiful autumn foliage that now surrounds the building can be viewed through the walls of our windows, which provide our patrons with a calm feeling much needed in our anxiety-filled world today. The third edition of our library is almost ready. Thank you so much. And once again, I just hope that we can open very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And continuing with our presentations, if we can have Ms. Van Dyke give us a brief update on senior services.
One second.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Neighbors. Hello, residents, neighbors. Can you hear me? Am I doing that?
Yes, you do that at your pleasure.
All right, let's see this. Okay. So this goes forward here.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Or I need my Noelia.
This button right here. Okay, just push that button.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, here we go. Good evening, everybody. So I'm Laura Van Dyke from Department of Senior Services. Thank you for the invitation to speak here tonight briefly. I'm happy to be here. I'm seeing so many in the audience here tonight that have been so helpful to our department, including really everyone up here on the council. So I thank you for that. So the Department of Senior Services is made up of myself, Noelia Perez in the back there. And I added Dorothy Sanders, who we work so closely with for the past 4 years. First as the Senior Livability Coordinator and then as the Local Health Outreach Coordinator. And she was such a great contributor to so much of our programming. So just an overview of how we work. We utilize the umbrella of the World Health Organization's 8 domains of livability. That's our guideposts. Michelle Castellino has been instrumental upon our arrival in 2019 to really be thinking in these ways. And so our primary areas of focus: recreation and wellness, connection and support, information and referral. And those groupings guide us as we put programming in place. And we just really like to highlight this fact that we get a lot of phone calls, and we really use every single phone call as a port of entry for serving the needs of our community. We're very open to being reached out to, connected with, and advised. So I just really would like to highlight that. And really, again, just the goal tonight is to be a face to a department, to just help in this time of change and excitement and new ideas, to just talk about what has come before and the opportunity for what is ahead. So I really am so grateful here for both the past leadership and the current leadership, as far as when we have made different decisions about programming, to have gotten that support. And we just really value collaboration, as I wanted to highlight here, with all of our departments: health, rec, the library, Downtown Alliance. We have just continuously found when we collaborate together, we're just that much better. And that includes community as well. So, and the pandemic, we use that as an opportunity to really strengthen our relationships with our neighbors and all of our fellow senior services departments in our neighboring communities. And now I can really lean on those neighbors as needed to help guide programming and other decision-making. So I'm going to go quickly, but I'd like you to just kind of see the kinds of things. And at the end, there's some flyers and pictures, but these are the kinds of things that we offer quarterly: aerobics, yoga, Zumba, Tai Chi. During the pandemic, we took that outside, pickleball, art classes, bingo. We have a beautiful senior garden up there at the Cat Center. Project Healthy Bones happens weekly. Walk My Way is a collaborative series with our neighboring communities. We're really proud of that, where our older adults from Montclair and South Orange, Maplewood, and Livingston come together, and we each host a walk. It was a series of 3. So, and these are different parties and events that have gone on over the years, and the different ways that we use the Cat Center. I know that's a topic that's people are discussing in our older adult advisory board, and a lot of creative thinking there. And we certainly hear that and listen to that. And that has helped inform some of our upcoming events. Next week we have a Halloween lunch and crafting and some other events happening in November and December. And we really appreciate, the input here with that. Our annual kind of larger parties have been salute to seniors and a holiday luncheon. Certainly that kind of thing is changing, particularly as those establishments have closed. So, again, another time to kind of reinvent and use some forward thinking here. Annual senior picnic. So these are just some other kinds of events that we do. Different trips. Fan favorite, people love the bus trips, Hunterdon Hills Playhouse, Brownstone, it's in Jersey. Last month we were down the shore at Doolin's Shore Club. PNC Art Center has wonderful senior concerts. I'll just highlight the Edison Museum with NJ Tip, which is a travel independence program, was a great outing we did a year ago. Dorothy Sanders was very involved in that, a lot of fun. And then it actually helped older adults have the experience of riding public transportation with then the grand finale at the Edison Museum. We got a beautiful tour there, so that was fabulous. And I will just mention one more thing. Luna Stage, we have a fabulous partnership with Luna Stage. They provide these older adult matinees. We have one happening on Thursday. If anyone's interested, please reach out. We'd love to have you. Our jitney is able to provide transportation for that. We do a pickup here at Town Hall. So we get creative. We get creative with our partners, with Montclair Art Museum, with West Orange Arts Council. And so, as you see, Branch Brook Park Cherry Blossoms was a really fun outing this year, which we were able to use our own senior jitney to drive us down there and to see the really peak cherry blossoms. That was a good time. These are different educational workshops that we have done over the years. Today, we are fresh off of our navigating Medicare workshop that took place at the CAT Center, which was just wonderful. As we know, it's open enrollment right now, so that was very informative. So these are just a variety of our programs. Intergenerational programming has been a great value. These are the different ways we do this. The Vecchio Senior Garden, our students come help prepare those beds and clear those beds. How am I doing on time, Joe? I don't know how long I've been talking. Okay, I'll move along quickly. I'll move along quickly. Okay, so we really value our intergenerational programming, working with our Mountaineer mentors. Next week, they're going to be helping us out at our Halloween event. We love our collaborations. I can't say enough about it. So these are many of them, certainly not all. We are absolutely better when we collaborate. So these are some of our endless collaborations that have just made our programming better, as I've just said. Okay, and I really wanted to highlight too that when the community calls and says, we would love this, these are some examples of that. So we welcome them. So the calls we've received have led themselves to this kind of programming. Okay, here's some of our fabulous flyers. Joe Fagan, thank you. Perry Bashkoff, thank you for making our gorgeous flyers. Here's more. These are all of our current events. These are just some really great photos from over the years. Pickleball, the wellness day when we ran into many of our seniors. We were so excited to see each other. Our Rutgers Master Gardeners providing great workshops for the community. Some just beloved, some who have passed, we want to honor, and just lots of fun, a lot of fun that we have. So we welcome any questions at any time you call me, not tonight, of course. Come join us. We'd love to have you. We're working on improving, and we are, working on communication as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Mr. Fagan, if you will give us the blessing of your public information report.
I sure will, Council President. Just give me a second here. Okay, Council President, thank you for your indulgence. I'd like to, I have several slides I'd like to go through quickly. This past week, October 17th, thanks to a grant from TD Bank, trees were planted throughout West Orange, Elm, Cherry, Maple Street. I shouldn't say throughout, on selected streets in the Ginny Dunkel Pool area. And TD Bank volunteers came from all over the state. This is an annual event, and it's usually very successful, and it helps with the replanting of trees. I believe there were 35 lilac trees that were planted and as many volunteers. This past week, also October 19th, there was the unveiling of murals for traffic safety geared at the students of Washington Street School. It's part of the Vision Zero for West Orange, and there's 3 of the murals displayed here. And the kids were really excited about this, and it's important to make them good pedestrians, and it certainly starts at a young age. This was well attended and very excited. Everyone may have heard Halloween is coming up. We have several events in town on October 31st. In the Ginny Dunkel Pool area from 6:30 to 8:30. There's the Haunted Yard Maze. It is $3 per person. This is a rain or shine event, kids craft, and a costumes contest. And also the Downtown Alliance on October 28th from 1 to 5. We'll be having trick or treating in downtown. Checking at the corner of 289 Main Street for games and music. Also, the 2023 St. Cloud Halloween Parade is October 31st. This is more of a traffic alert to residents in the area that a zone will be closed off. West Orange PD will be in the area to direct around barricades. And, you know, with Halloween, October 31st, it's not just traffic alert in the St. Cloud neighborhood. It's all over West Orange and wherever you may be traveling to be alert for trick-or-treaters. They're having a good time and they might not necessarily see you. So it's we'll use the St. Cloud Halloween Parade as an example, but it's a traffic alert for trick-or-treaters everywhere. This Saturday, the Elks are a great community partner with us here in West Orange, and they will be having 2 rounds of free throws. Basketballs are provided. There are girls and boys divisions, age 8 to 9, 10 to 11, 12 to 13. And winners will compete in a district, state, national, regional, national to enter the Naismith National Basketball Hall of Fame. So that's a very exciting event this Saturday. We also have on Sunday, the Wally Festival at the high school. There will be, it's a festival of lights, performances, music vendors, kids activities, and as the sign says, yes, food. There will be this is classified as a town hall meeting, but not to confuse anyone, it's not happening at town hall. It's a presentation. Inclusion is not a trend. It's a way of life, and it's happening October 25th at the Toby Katz Community Center. And just remember, to access that, you have to turn on Alyssa Drive. This event happened today. I left it in here because I wanted to highlight the West Orange Hispanic Foundation, all the great work they did. Today was Hazel Avenue. I believe they did Washington Street School, and I will keep you abreast of any other free flu vaccines that they might have. Next week, we have the Ethiopian and Eritrean inaugural flag raising ceremony. They are countries in East Africa and Eritrean borders the Red Sea. So come on out for a celebration of community and culture. Office hours with Mayor McCartney will be happening on Thursday, November 2nd, 6 to 8 at Town Hall. No appointment is necessary. As was mentioned, second chance toys event will be taking place on Saturday, November 4th from 1 to 3 p.m. At the Environmental Center on 509 Mount Pleasant Avenue. We also have Veterans Day coming up on November 11th. This will occur before our next council meeting, so I just wanted to remind everyone. This is a holdover from, I presented this at the last meeting, but this is worth mentioning again, the collection box inside the police department lobby, where you can drop off unwanted or expired medication 24/7. This past Saturday was an exciting day, not because the weather held out, but there were three consecutive ribbon cuttings in downtown West Orange. The first one was a grand reopening for the Welland Park Bar and Grill. The second one was the Dose Pharmacy on Main Street, followed by the Mountain Society Wine and Beer Spirits. You know, the Mountain Society may seem like an odd name, but the Mountain Society was the first settlers in the West Orange area, and the business owner modeled it after that. As Laura Van Dyke mentioned, there's two events coming up: the Halloween Social on October 31st, and the Westfalen play at Luna Stage. I'm not going to read all through this, but you can. Any questions? The contact number is up there. You can call Laura Van Dyke or Noelia Perez, and they'll be glad to guide you through this. This information is on our website. I want to go back to the Llewellyn Park Bar and Grill for a moment. That was a very festive atmosphere inside, you might say. It being Halloween, all our council members, with the exception of Councilwoman Scarpa, who could not attend the event, had their picture taken with the skeleton in the lobby. And I wanted to use that as the lead-in for my next slide. Now, in the back of the room here is Simone Rollinson, and he was that portrait has been hanging here since 1937, and he's one of the town fathers. But it's been rumored late at night that if you look at his eyes, they follow you around the room. Now, I don't know how true that is, but I think he might be watching over us. In the spirit of that, I want to wish everyone a happy Halloween. Be safe. Watch out for trick-or-treaters. You can contact the council at westorange.org. You can contact me at jfagan@westorange.org. And I'll be glad to help you with anything that you saw here tonight. Most of this information is on our website. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to have public comment?
That was great tech skills, Mr. Fagan. Very impressive.
I tried.
Thank you.
Good evening. Brent Draper Scott, Nestro Road. Joe, that was fantastic. And thank you for appearing in my documentary, Heroes Among Us.
Thank you.
Members of the council. At the October 10th council meeting, I came, as I do tonight, to support our senior citizens. It was the number one item on the agenda, but the current council chair decided to take another issue up instead, the proposed 2-year phase out of gas-powered blowers. It was heartbreaking to see all the seniors who had come to support the measure on senior citizens leave, and to see Lee Saul, a senior and an activist, dismissed as she tried to ask the council to stick to the published agenda. Seniors make up 20% of the population of West Orange, 20% plus. Yet their needs are not reflected proportionally in the town budget. So I came here last week, fresh from my mom's 90th birthday in New Orleans, to support the seniors in West Orange. I ended up speaking about the proposed 2-year phase out of gas-powered blowers. During my 5 minutes, current council chair, Tammy Williams, took umbrage at my description of her and another council member's comments regarding gas-powered leaf blowers as lies. She first interrupted me, and then she asked a police officer to prevent me from speaking altogether. Councilwoman Williams, I know what it is like to have someone say or describe your words or deeds in unflattering ways. I used the term lies to describe your and another council member's comments. The comments that you made were certainly not truths. Half-truths, maybe. Out of context, perhaps, omissions of the truth, for sure, but definitely not the truth. I can appreciate that hearing your comments described as lies might have stung. The word lies, Councilwoman Williams, is neither the F-bomb nor a threat. You did not have a legitimate reason for abridging my right to speak. But such is not the first time that you have acted in an inappropriate manner. Only a few weeks ago, West Orange resident Zasha Academy called into the council to publicly chide you because when she approached you with her fears about the proposed property tax increase, you handed her your real estate business card. She was highly offended and she called into the council to say so publicly. Even more recently, at the July council meeting, your husband, John McNair, made actual threats against a member of this council. You didn't call a policeman for him. In fact, you defended his egregious behavior. 3 of your colleagues voted to ban your husband from returning to this chamber. Ms. Williams, people saw you abridge my right to speak because you didn't care for what I was saying. Since the last council meeting, I have received many calls from residents, and to a person, they are furious at your invoking a police guard, knowing the dangers that can happen between Black men and police during interactions. Again, the word lies is neither the F-bomb nor a threat. Your inappropriate behavior did not go unnoticed. All of West Orange saw your actions for what they were, dishonest and duplicitous. Now, I want everyone to know Ms. Williams and myself have a very cordial acquaintanceship outside of this chamber. We have never so much as said a cross word to one another. We have attended each other's events. That is why it was all the more striking that she behaved as she did toward me. Ms. Williams, as a member of this council, you typically speak after public comment. You could have used your time to address my comments, but you chose to abridge my right to speak because you didn't care for what I had to say. While I can appreciate your not liking the use of the term lies, I did have the right to say
You
it.
have 1 minute remaining.
Ms. Williams, I just want to say that disliking what a resident has to say does not give you the right as the temporary chairperson of this council to abridge their right to speak. It would be wrong of me to try and prevent you from voting when I don't like your vote. And it was wrong of you to abridge my right to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Anyone else in council chambers for public comment?
Good evening, Roz Moskowitz-Belsky, 11 Wedgewood Drive. I'm a lifelong resident, business owner, and senior citizen. I come here tonight to request that the township allow seniors to use the Toby Katz Center for some additional hours. Years 1939 to 1945 saw the systematic annihilation of over 6 million Jews in Eastern Europe. After their parents and siblings were murdered, it was a miracle that Toby and her sisters, Sarah and Rushi, survived the severe, harsh atrocities of the Holocaust. From cattle car to Auschwitz to Krakow ghetto to Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, their lives are an unbelievable story of survival and triumph over evil. In 1948, the sisters immigrated to the United States. A love story ensued. Toby married Harry Katz, and they lived happily ever after, raising their families and prospering in Pleasantdale. Their marriage spanned over 60 years. Toby passed away in 2013, and memorial service was spearheaded by her niece Lynn Katz, Assemblyman Tom Giblin, Rosary Morelli, and me. Naturally, it was held at the Toby Katz Center. Among the speakers were legislator John McKean, former Mayor Robert Parisi, and Rabbi Zwickler. In the TAP article dated March 5th, 2022, town historian Joe Fagan writes, quote, Toby made a personal pledge that if she lived through the war, she would always help poor people and be the voice of those less fortunate. Her fighting spirit found the inner strength to overcome any obstacle in her way. Toby is best remembered as a community activist and a tireless advocate for tenants and senior citizens. Toby Katz was not only a good family friend, but an exceptional role model for me. As an elected councilwoman from 1984 to 1996, Toby embodied good and fair government. I am proud to say that Toby personally helped ignite the advocate fire in me and many others, and I feel fortunate to have known her. Here we are in a post-pandemic world where many older Americans still remain isolated. Many close family members moved out of state, and others have lost their spouses or have become caregivers. The 24/7 news stream of worldwide military action sends our anxiety levels sky high. Now, more than ever, we need to be with our friends and make new ones. Now, more than ever, we need to ask, is everything all right? And what can I do to help? Toby would want to see the Cat Center filled with neighbors sharing conversations, a cup of coffee, a game of cards, or mahjong. Most important of all, just being together for a few laughs. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
That's okay.
Aggressive there. Sheila Lefkowitz, 703 Pleasant Valley Way. Older adults in West Orange, as it was just said, comprise more than 20% of the population and rising. This is a diverse population ranging from 55 and better. Seniors have a wide range of abilities, ranging from those that are fully independent, in between, and in need of assistance. Seniors are paying significant portion of property taxes and are committed to supporting education and programs for children, but also are entitled to see a return on their investment in expanded services for seniors so they can age in place and remain close to their families and lifelong friends and remain West Orange residents. To meet the needs of this growing and diverse and differently abled senior population throughout our town of 12 square miles, it makes sense to place various senior meeting areas throughout our town where seniors can gather to combat feelings of loneliness that are often associated with retirement, post-COVID epidemic, caregiver stress, and the death of a spouse or other significant family member, to name a few. It is sad to see the summer fade into the past, and so many seniors will miss the support, camaraderie, and relaxation at the Ginny Dunkel Pool. In the future, we will have centers at our new library and in the 7,500 square feet area of the old library, which our mayor has designated as solely for the use of senior citizens. We thank Mayor McCartney and her focus and vision of making these 7,500 square feet exclusively for the use of senior services. It is true that the Toby Cat Center is in need of some vital repairs, but it is still usable and has enough parking for small groups of seniors. It has a very nice social room that overlooks the lake and is very calming and a peaceful setting. The Toby Cat Center is currently being used for exercise groups, and I'm happy to see that it recently expanded programming on Friday with sewing and quilting and a brown bag lunch. I personally attended last Friday's brown bag lunch and the sewing group. After my recent slow and steady recovery from COVID and taking care of a family member after surgery, it was a treat to be able to socialize with other seniors. I met a new friend who was able to give me a resource at the JCC Metro West that was invaluable, and I would not have known about this if not for the casual conversation I had with her. I enjoyed reminiscing with my neighbors of varying backgrounds, something I don't get to do without a meeting place like Toby Cat Center. I felt so supported when we shared our histories and our views about the sad events happening in this world. We were able to share effective ways of coping and laugh and cry about the things that matter most to us in this world. The regular meeting of people of all backgrounds at the Toby Cats and other senior centers will result in more understanding and knowledge of the cultures and histories of our neighbors, and this will make our town stronger. Senior groups will not interfere with any existing program. I look forward to the intergenerational programs like Teen Techies to help me understand how to use my smartphone and computer tablet with the data I have on these devices. It will be nice to interact with young people of different backgrounds that I don't have the chance to do without a senior program to go to. I think it will make us seniors feel more engaged and valued by our community. Thank you to Laura Van Dyke and Noelia Perez for opening up the Toby Cat Center a few more hours so we seniors could have the opportunity to support one another and enjoy each other's company. I hope that we can continue to have some more capacity at the Toby Katz Center as we eagerly await the opening of a new library and senior housing. I encourage seniors to avail themselves of meeting spaces at the JCC Metro West and houses of worship throughout our town as well. In these hard times, with so much conflict in the world, it is ever so important to gather together and find paths of peace and coping. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
You're welcome. Thank you as well. Anyone else in council chambers? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hersey, 8 Mellon Avenue, West Orange. And I too am here to talk about the Toby Katz Center. I'm a very aesthetic person and I like pretty things. And the Toby Katz Center is so beautiful and makes me feel so good to be near something so pretty. And I can walk to the Toby Katz from my house. Pleasantdale, a lot of people could walk there. And then you have the lake, water is so gorgeous. And then you can walk around a whole walk, which is very good for older people like myself who never walk or do anything. So I think it's just a great, beautiful place to relax. And I want to talk about alienation and the loneliness, really better than alienation, maybe loneliness of the older person. Like I don't have any family here. And I am meeting some new folks who came on my block, and they're young people who just had babies. And oh my God, it's such an uplift to my life to see a 6-month-old, or actually the new one is 2 months old. And it's just such a lift. And I think going to an aesthetically pleasing place with water is really important to calm, if you like water, which I do, and the walking around in that area. So it's such a wonderful place for older people like myself, just to have time to be there and contemplate. And the fact that the schools are right next door and they could come over, I was thinking would be good to have like a coaching program where some of the high school kids could come over and walk with us and be a coach on the walking and help us do it, because we need motivation to exercise. The other thing is I'm so sensitive to the loneliness of older people. I started something in our synagogue where every Friday night we have the Shabbat. And the Sabbath is a time, Friday night and Saturday afternoon, is very much a family time. But what happens to the widows and women and men widows? I don't know if there's 2 words or not. That people don't have a companion to have a nice religious traditional meal. And so I started a thing, it's called Share Your Shabbos Table. And what we have is people sign up that they would like to host people. And then we ask for a guest Google Sheet and we match people. So if you are alone and want company on those holidays, especially in Judaism, it's very hard. Judaism in general has a problem with single people because it is so family oriented and at all ages, single, not married yet, or older people, especially older people, because it's so family and you're alone making your Sabbath meal. It's very depressing. So that's why I'm here to talk about the Toby Katz Center. I really like the aesthetics of it, the beauty, be calm, meet people, organically, spontaneously, not just programs. Just go there for a few hours and hopefully someone will be there and you can have coffee and just chat. So if you could really open it up more, we very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in council chambers? Yes, please come forward.
Hi, My name is Althea Tweeten. I'm in 15 Edgar Road here in town. And I'm here to talk about the Toby Cat Center as well. I've exercised a lot there. I've enjoyed it very, very much. I met Toby Katz many, many years ago. I was with the League of Women Voters with her. So I know her passion and her concern for the Cat Center. It has been suggested that the Renner House can serve as a meeting place for seniors. The Renner House is a federally subsidized apartment building for seniors and persons with disabilities. While it has a multi-purpose room, it is primary for residents of the Renner House, not for seniors. I'm on the board of the Renner House, and I know they do not have a lot of outside seniors visiting there. I've worked with them with the bingo. And usually it's people from the Renner House playing bingo there. You don't have outside seniors coming. I was one senior there, but there are not many seniors from other areas other than that Renner House participating in that. I'm a senior. I've been a senior a long time. I hope to live to be a longer senior. I hope to be here a long time. I'm paying an exorbitant amount of money for my taxes, and I pay it alone. I also pay a lot of money for the sewer bill. I'm in my house alone, and I think I'm paying probably for like 3 or 4 people living there, and it's me just by myself. If you take the money that you have made, the town has made off of the sewer bill and part of my taxes, when we're asked, how can we afford this? You can afford it by taking some of the money that you've made off of my not the water bill, but the sewer bill. You've made money off of it, I know, because some people have did the arithmetic and found that we have. So if you just take a little of that money from each senior citizen, it will pay for 1 day a week at the Renner House. We only ask for 1 day a week. And that shouldn't be so difficult. It was mentioned here by the public PSE&G that they are giving back. We want you to give back to us. We want you to give back something to the seniors, and you've done a lot. Laura has done a lot. I have to say she has. And I've been on a lot of the programs with her, but just 1 day a week, it's not a lot. You can take the money that you have made for me and the sewer bill to pay for 1 year. All right? I thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Anyone else in council chambers? Yes.
Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. I just put this stuff together. I'm gonna have to come back because it's gonna take too long, but I just want to make you aware of the fact that we're putting a lot of concentration on intergenerational involvement. First, I'd like to say that Laura Van Dyke, Noelia Perez, and Dorothy Sanders, remember when I told you about Italian Catholics? I prayed for them and we got them. So how do you like that? Anyway, what I want to talk about tonight is intergenerational involvement. And I'm sure you all know what that is. Okay. Councilwoman Scarpa and I went over to the high school and we're trying to resurrect a program that we had, was it about 1.5 years ago, 2 years? The teen techies who were teaching the senior citizens how to use their cell phones, their iPads, whatever. It was a total love fest. The first meeting we had 3 seniors come. The second meeting, we had 33. It was, as I said, a love fest. The seniors and the seniors in the high school, hugging, kissing. I'll see you next time, the next meeting, talking about their grandparents and being really excited about it. For whatever reason, the program ended at that time. So I was labeled as being relentless. So I've been relentless, and we're going to have the teen techies back. They're coming back. We're going to do it 1 day a week.
1 day a week.
And
Like Althea said.
Okay, and Councilwoman Scarpa and I went over to the high school. Connection. There was so much warmth in that room, and it was so great for the seniors. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I hope the program goes this time. I know it'll be, we had 30, 40 kids in that room that day, and they're all excited about it. We mentioned it to them. They said they want to do it, and it's going to work. And they're the only ones who know how to work technology, and they amazing. They have patience. They do. With these seniors, they don't get frustrated when they have to repeat something. The one time when we first got these students together, we did a program at Redwood School, and we had volunteers, seniors who were retired, who wanted to get involved with the kids. And again, Ms. Scarpa and the teacher in Redwood School, 5th grade teacher, 10-year-olds. And they broke up into groups and they asked us questions. And one question we asked them is, what do you think seniors, who are seniors? And they said they retire and collect the pension. So we told them that's not all they do. Seniors retire and they volunteer and they don't get any money for doing it. There again, those kids were awesome. I remember 2 little girls after the program was over. We had 3 days. They came back and they're hugging me. They came up to this far and they're hugging my legs and they said, come back, come back. So it works. They like dealing that way. We talked about them and their grandparents, how they live, and explained to them what intergenerational involvement was. Tonight, another thought came to my mind, seeing some of the people here. And there are a couple of people.
You have 1 minute
shouldn't have been
remaining.
here. And again, I think we just saw in the group there were seniors, and we do, and they do. And it's going to work. So we're resurrecting the program. You guys should drop in on it. You will get caught up in the Love Fest and you'll be happy that we have it here in West Orange. And I want every other town in Essex County to do what we're doing, follow our lead and saying they want to be like us. Because we've up to now been saying we want to be like Montclair. We don't want to be like anybody else. We want them all to be like us. And this teen techie thing is great. I think that's all for now. But I have more to say. But we are getting the program. We've got these kids who are dying to come. That room was packed. And I was really inspired by it. And what's his name? Steven Zacella. That guy's terrific.
Ms. Morelli, your time is up.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
saying nice things. You should give me extra.
I'm being very nice to you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
That she's
Is
the
there-
oldest person in this room.
Is there anyone else in council chambers for public comment? Yes, please come forward.
She is feisty.
Good evening, members of the council, residents. I'm here. to talk
Excuse me,
about-
would you please
Name and,
state your name
Oh,
and address?
Todd
address,
Robey,
please.
Burnett Terrace. I'm going to talk about some of the agenda items. First thing is the surprise at seeing an economic development position on the agenda, in spite of the fact that residents for the most part have opposed the appointment of an economic development person and have voiced their desire for a town planner. Basically, economic development, I'm sorry. The mayor and this administration have not listened to the constituents. And so that's why we keep hearing about an economic development person. But to make the situation even worse, this person's proposed without having an open bid process. It's a pattern of development, a pattern of behavior that's taken place with this administration, and it's unacceptable. So my recommendation or my request, not a recommendation, a request would be that you not vote for that resolution. The next is the Fairview contract. 5 bids were received. But none of those bids were provided as backup and support and substantiation. We need to see the bids. There should never be an extension at the discretion of the mayor, given what we've seen in the past. So there too, this is a resolution that should be shot down. I didn't write this down, but the Grabowski resolution. That did have a recommendation from Lenny Lepore, actually, back when it was originally approved in 2022, where he recommended not going with the Grabowski bid and going with others. We now have a desire to extend the Grabowski contract at twice the price of what the other bids had quoted. You know, it's easy to see what really should happen here. The Grabowski contract shouldn't be approved for that reason. The last thing is the emergency appropriation for severance. There's no backup or support for this. Normally, we're given the names of the people that are retiring and how much they are in the calculations, but none of that's provided. Yet another pattern of behavior where no information is provided to the residents about what's being done. And I think we need to see that information before a vote is held on that resolution. So unlike most of the time up here, I'm not going to use the full 5 minutes. I thank you for listening to me.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? Yes, in the rear. You have 5 minutes to ask whatever questions you would like. Yes, sir.
Please state your
Sir,
name.
could you
and address.
have your name and address for the record, please?
Okay, Joseph Dioria, Shepherd Terrace, West Orange.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name, sir.
Dioria.
Thank you.
Could you spell that for me, please? I'm sorry.
D'_A_URIA.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, the last 3 property tax bills have all gone up for all of us. I just want to know, what can we senior citizens do to implement these raises in these tax bills? I know there's been these checks for extra allowances, but those of us who are on fixed income and all, we don't have any place to draw extra money for these bills. What is there affordable to us that we can get to help us pay these bills? These quarterly property tax bills.
So our process is that you ask us the questions, you make your complete statement, and then after all the questions have been raised, then we'll come back and answer them. So if that's all the questions, we'll answer your question once everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Megan?
Hi, everybody. Megan Brill, Executive Director with the Downtown Alliance. I just have to say how thankful I am that y'all were, and so I'm sorry that you weren't at our ribbon cuttings on Saturday, but Joe Fagan and all of you that showed up to celebrate these businesses downtown was definitely overwhelming for me, and it was really overwhelming for them. The week prior, we were all at OCO, and he and his wife were just blown away by the support that they saw from West Orange. Those the Mies in other towns, they don't get nearly the turnout and the fanfare that we do for our ribbon cuttings. And as we head into the winter, our businesses start to feel that crunch where things slow down a little bit and folks are staying home. And when I first started this job 10 years ago, I said, we have to find something that we like downtown, support it financially, do it once a week and tell our friends. And it is true today that those businesses need to see your faces and support and tell them how great the food was, how wonderful the store looks. And I can't say enough how much having everybody downtown on Saturday was a jolt for me and our team. So thank you. Come back again. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan, our Zoom audience, how many are on Zoom?
Yes, Council President, there are 45 people on the Zoom audience and 4 people with their hands raised. And I'm going to bring in Mr. Puglisi.
Thank you. We haven't seen or heard from him, so welcome.
Mr. Puglisi, can you hear it? Hear
Yes,
us?
good evening, everybody. This is Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiFincenzo. Sorry I missed your last meeting. I do have some information to share with you, though. On October 31st at Turtleback Zoo is our Safe Halloween event. Children can come and trick or treat in their costumes in our friendly confines of the zoo. And then beginning next month in November, we'll transform Turtleback Zoo into a winter wonderland with our Holiday Light Spectacular, which begins the third weekend of the month. And that will continue until December 31st. All that's on our website, which is EssexCountyNJ.org. And then I also just want to say, last week we had a groundbreaking ceremony for a new animal hospital at Turtleback Zoo. We're a member of AZA. That's the National Zoo Society that accredits us. Sorry, I'm slipping up there. One of the things that they said at their last convention was that because of the popularity and growth of the zoo, we needed a larger facility. So that groundbreaking was on Friday. We anticipate that facility to be open next year sometime. And unfortunately, it'll be at the zoo, but it'll be in the location where the Wolfwood exhibit was. We've had a couple wolves pass away because of geriatric issues, and our third wolf is in like a hospice state right now. So that's why we decided on that location there. If you have any questions, I'm always available, and thanks for giving me the time this evening.
Thank you.
Mel Valdez, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record. Mel Valdez, can you hear us?
Yes, hi. Meljulie Valdez, Elm Street. Hi, good evening, Town Council. If Chief Abbott is present, I would like to know what is being done to help curb theft, property theft, and hate crimes in West Orange. Secondly, I would like to know if Mayor McCartney or anyone else who's involved can answer how homes were selected to have a tree planted in front of them on October 17th. The reason I'm bringing this up is because there were cones that were placed in front of homes on Thursday, October 13th, with no parking signs. However, the signs did not state they were from the West Orange Police Department or what department had placed them there. Random cones appeared in front of homes, and it said no parking for October. I believe it was October, for Tuesday, October 17th. When I called the West Orange non-emergency line, the officer was not aware of this, and he transferred me to Public Works. The woman that I spoke to also was not aware of what was going on, but she asked, and then she explained to me that trees were going to be planted in front of, were going to be planted where the cones were placed. My sister then emailed the mayor and asked that a tree not be planted in front of our home on Elm Street. And there were a bunch of other people who were copied on the email, including Walter Kipp, who's now the township forester. Mr. Kipp was adamant that a letter and a green card was hand-delivered to my home. However, I did not receive both of these notices, both the letter and the green card. I explained this to Mr. Kipp via email, and then he decided to call me at 8:30 in the morning on October 17th to be rude and snarky with me. So I don't appreciate his tone that he took. Then on October 17th, I observed that where some of the cones had been placed in front of certain homes, they were being moved by someone from the Department of Public Works. And then Police Officer Mango, the female officer Mango, came to Elm Street with an attitude and started issuing parking tickets. I would like to know why some of my neighbors received tickets when the no parking signs were being shuffled around on the morning of October 17th, which means that really no advance notice was given. And I think that those tickets should be rescinded, because you cannot place a cone in front of a house and say no parking on the morning of and then issue a ticket. That just seems illegal and also unfair. I also have questions about ordinance 2825-23, which is a special emergency, which is asking for a special emergency appropriation in the amount of $1.5 million to cover the severance for the retirement of employees. This ordinance is missing critical information because it doesn't list who these retired employees are. I would like to know why that information is missing and why it wasn't included. And I think that it should not be considered this time around until it is done correctly. These notices have been done in the past and it has included the list of employees. So I don't understand why this time around that critical information is missing. Additionally, I enjoyed the presentation regarding the senior citizens, the senior citizen programming. And I would just like to suggest that since we have a growing amount of Latino residents who are also senior citizens, and many of them are Spanish speaking, can programming that includes this subsection of West Orange be included that is in Spanish or bilingual? So we include, when we talk about being inclusive of everyone in this town, we also include that subsection of people. And I know that we also have a growing population of Haitian residents that also are Creole speaking. So perhaps if we can also do programming that is multilingual and addresses these other subcategories of senior citizens that live in this town.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. That perhaps cannot or don't feel comfortable attending a program that is all in English. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Blanton, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, good evening. John Blanton, Forest Hill Road. Like others, I just want to speak on behalf of the seniors and something else as well. But first and foremost, on behalf of the senior population in our town, I want to be very clear that for me personally, it's not a complaint, it's constructive criticism. I think Laura Van Dyke and her staff does a phenomenal job within the limitations that she has to work within along with her team. It has been said earlier that 20% of our very diverse population, and someone just spoke on Hispanics and Haitians within our township. And as the mayor and her administration and the council, I'm going to use the words of Ms. Van Dyke, as you think forward, I am asking you to be wise and make the senior population more reflective in the next budget, as well as making any adjustments that you can in the current budget, not grants. If you're depending on grants, you're going to go out of business. And that's exactly what happened with the phenomenal woman we had by the name of Dorothy Sanders. She was hired under a grant. The grant ran out, and so did her position. So again, I'm asking that the council, the mayor and her administration, make the 20% of our very diverse senior population more reflective in the next budget and the current budget, where any adjustments can be made. And again, it's not a complaint, it's constructive criticism, and we can do better. We can certainly do better. I also want to add to what Mr. Brent Scott spoke about, and I'm very concerned that we don't create a culture that we're starting to see down with our national politics that we see on the news throughout the country, in Senate chambers, Board of Education meetings, council meetings, where people are being dismissed because people don't like what they're saying or doing. And I want to end by saying, I've said this so many times, that the first sign of wisdom is listening. And I'll say it again, the first sign of wisdom is listening. And you guys aren't doing a great job at listening collectively. The qualities of any good leader is the ability to approach everything with understanding, empathy, humility, curiosity, and finding ways to respect differences. And until we start doing that and not personalizing things that are said, you're a public official. I didn't ask you to run. I didn't ask you to take on the position that you took on. You did it on your own, and you're paid for the headaches that you have to deal with at times. And so again, I'm asking you, please, with your nonverbal expressions during the meetings, your rude comments at times, your disrespect to others at times, please, let's do better. God bless you, and heaven smile upon all of you this evening.
Thank you.
Lisa Stedwell, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Lisa Stedwell, 42 Chestnut Road. I was just calling in to say thank you. PSENG has come out to Chestnut Road, and they began installing lights on the dark areas of Chestnut and Rock Spring. So the seniors are very thankful. They say thank you. They don't have to walk around with flashlights as much as they used to. Also want to say thank you to the foresters. They came out to do a neighbor's tree, and I asked them to prune my tree. And as much as we love trees, I just wanted to point out that I discovered that the tree is actually dying. So they're like black spots in the tree. So it's just a matter of time before it has to get chopped down. And I just wanted to make a point to those out there who have large trees. You know, they, just as we age, they age as well. And as much as we don't want to chop them down, we may have to, because they become a hazard of, you know, when we have bad weather, they may fall or uproot. Also, I want to say that the former Essex House, I had the pleasure of dining there the other night, and just want to let the neighbors know that it's open. It doesn't look like it's open, but it is. The food is great, and they're open Wednesdays to Sundays. Wednesday to Friday, they're open from 12 to 10 p.m. And then from Saturday to Sunday, they're open from 1 to 10 p.m. And on Sunday, they have like jazz night, with, you know, jazz evening basically. And, you know, you can dine and enjoy jazz music while you eat. And they're called the Touch of Three. I think they should be called Touch of Soul, because they're, you know, they serve soul food, and it's scrumptious. And I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you very much.
Michaela, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. Mr. Smeraldo, there is really no reason to announce the time during public comment. We can all see the timer. It's simply an unnecessary interruption, and I'd request that you refrain from doing so during my time. You can feel free to let me know when my time is up if I go over. Thank you. 1, earlier today, I copied you all on an email regarding the Essex County Country Club Planning Board's application. I object to the fact that an applicant without planning board approval has started the work that they're seeking to accomplish. If our zoning and planning official can harass a business owner for his window shades, certainly she can inspect actual violations, which is what the Essex County Country Club is bragging about on Facebook, and stop the work that they have started and levy fines on those deep pockets. 2, I object to Mr. Trank acting as a township prosecutor without the council's authority. I watched him prance into court with 2 associates and misuse our courts for his personal gain. Instead of correcting the zoning officials' incorrect interpretation of the law on window coverings, he defended it and prosecuted an innocent man. In order to appear as a prosecutor, you, the council, must authorize him to do so. Mr. Trank is not authorized to prosecute in West Orange and should be stopped from doing so by this body. I suspect that he only does so to increase his billing. Additionally, he should not prosecute on any ordinance that he's written or revised. Number 3, you should formally intervene with the mayor's appointment of Chief Abbott as acting business administrator. He cannot serve in both capacities. His own departmental directives say so. The mayor was wrong to permit Gross to serve as CFO and business administrator, and she's wrong to have Chief Abbott doing the same. The police departmental directives state that police employees are not permitted to work in conflict with their duty assignment. Can an officer work his food truck as well as be on duty? Can an officer show homes as a realtor and be on duty? No and no. And a police chief can't be the business administrator. Number 4, why did you permit Mr. Trank to interrupt a member of the public during public comment at the last meeting? I am no fan of Brent Draper Scott, but he was entitled to 5 minutes of public comment. He serves as the zoning board member. He has every right to speak his concerns into the record as long as they are not obscene nor threatening. They were neither. Richard Trank can provide guidance and direction to the council on procedure. He cannot interrupt a member of the public and end his comments that were non-threatening and completely in compliance with the rules. Why didn't any council member stand up for the right of the member of the public to speak? Interestingly, Mr. Trank said nothing. He was silent about the council president's husband's actual threats to a seated councilman. Number 5, agenda item, emergency appropriation for severance. Do not approve terminal payments for accrued time off. I've sent the council via email the New Jersey Office of the State Comptroller's 2021 report on the violations of the 2007-2010 laws on payouts for accrued leaves, and the state comptroller found that 57 of the 60 New Jersey communities audited were non-compliant with the laws. We, West Orange, were one of the municipalities that was determined to be non-compliant and required to submit a corrective action plan. OSC is monitoring, and you all should know before approving this request that the OSC approves each of these outrageous payoffs. The CFO should be present for this agenda item, since it would be a conflict of interest for the chief to present about a payoff for himself, and Mr. Smeraldo is not qualified to act as a clerk or a CFO. I guess the silver lining of this agenda item is that we are finally going to be rid of Mr. Gross and and Chief Abbott. Number 6, the West Orange Human Relations Commission is a mockery of its stated purpose under its McCartney-appointed leadership and needs a change. If the HRC can't condemn anti-Semitism without plagiarizing, it has lost its way and requires new leadership. Neither Dawn Adams nor Elizabeth
remaining.
Milham are experts in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fagan, is there anyone else for public comment?
Yes, there are several. Sally Malanga, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. On Thursday, October 26th, the temperature will reach an astonishing 80 degrees, due in part to human burning of fossil fuels. By proportion, the temperature could reach over 100 degrees next summer. This is something to be feared and addressed. What action will this council take to help themselves and the residents avoid the potential for suffering and loss of the freedom to move about if there is smoke from fires or excessive heat? At the last council meeting, Dr. Hal Strelnick of Montclair testified that fumes from gas-powered blowers spew benzene, undissolved fuel, and dust into the air. And what struck me is that he said it lingers up to a week. It's still there when we send our children or pets into our yards. It is contributing to the heating of the planet. Instead of taking this information to heart, in the last town council meeting, I observed our mayor and councilwomen Tammy Williams and Michelle Casalino engage in obstruction rather than solutions to stop the extreme pollution with the simple request, phase out gas-powered blowers. The obstruction took the form of our town attorney writing a defective ordinance and having to rescind it. The council president made it difficult to get on the agenda, and once on the agenda, we witnessed the mayor rally a group of landscapers to disingenuously, as many of them already have electric blowers, lobby and threaten a lawsuit to our council and cow the majority council into agreeing to a needless 2 years before the prohibition goes into effect, allowing the worst unfiltered pollution to continue right in our own yards while the temperature spikes. The administration made the landscapers look foolish as they perversely objected to their own best interests. They can save money by switching to electric blowers, but the mayor and cohorts fed their fears. There was one resident, apparently Tammy's friend, who made public comment on behalf of gas-powered blowers. She looked foolish. She had no sincere interest in this cause. Creating a tempest in a teapot to prevent good legislation that will protect everyone's health constitutes negligence toward the voters who put you in office. This same resistance is evident towards the senior citizen's simple request to use a building. You show them no kindness. Regarding Brent Scott, who criticized you, Tammy, you called the police to prevent him from speaking during his rightful public comment. Intimidation during public comment is grounds for censure. This is what political bullies do. They overstep and create dysfunction in council chambers. We don't do that in West Orange. It is not surprising that with our elected officials being so mean-spirited and self-involved that our finances are in dire shape. Some of you are a group that exemplifies a political mindset that does not know cooperation except amongst yourselves, does not know diplomacy, and does not know persuasion. Yet 3 council members, Susan, Bill, and Asmaret, are willing to take action for climate change, for seniors, for our finances. And you 3 must not fall for the false stories of the others. We need leaders capable of putting aside their petty malice, their cronyism, and represent all of the intelligent, thoughtful residents of West Orange. We have a serious mismatch of voters and elected officials, and no amount of photo ops will forestall the financial and physical suffering of the residents unless there is a changeover of person or style. Please consider your legacy when you launch disinformation campaigns. And to the residents on Zoom, please tune into the planning board tomorrow night to speak out against the fast food drive-thrus at the illegal West Orange Plaza application in front of the planning board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joyce Rudin, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Joyce Rudin, Woodland Avenue. Good evening, council members and members of our community. First, on a note of decorum, like other residents who spoke tonight, I was shocked that the council president shut down a resident's right to conclude his public comment because she didn't like what he said, and then threatened police intervention. Mr. Scott's remarks were not rude or insulting. He was just stating his opinion. You may not like what members of the public are saying, but you cross the line when you shut down a member of the public. His comments were not threatening, as the comments were that were made by your husband to Councilman Rutherford. Those comments you chose not to shut down, and you did not allow police intervention as was requested during that meeting. There are 2 issues on the agenda that I'd like to address. The first one is Resolution 367-23, which is full of pledges for sustainable practices for land use in our town. The language in the pledge is just great, but it's ironic that the mayor, who authorized this resolution and sits on the planning board, along with the council president, have requested very little of what is pledged in the resolution for West Orange Plaza, which will be decided tomorrow night. They have asked very few questions and have not requested that this major development at our most dangerous intersection in West Orange reflect the green plan that is suggested in this resolution. There is no green plan, no major vegetation investment, no solar paneling, no attempt to reduce an enormous overbuild, or a simple request that the applicant conserve 10 acres behind the property as a permanent easement to offset this enormous impact. I am concerned that this resolution, much like the sustainability checklist, is just window dressing, motivated possibly by a requirement to request a grant. My question is, what motivated this resolution, and will it have any teeth, or is it just another example of greenwashing? Secondly, the final issue on the agenda tonight asks you to approve $1.5 million of emergency authorization to fund severance pay for retiring township employees. A $1.5 million request with no backup information provided, as Mr. DeBovi mentioned. I requested supporting information on who this emergency money was going to and what justifies this number from our town clerk. And I was told that I had to request it from the administration. The administration told me that I would have to do an Oprah request. What? How is the council to vote without knowing what and who these emergency funds are for, and even if it is contractual? In previous years, employees that were eligible or contemplating putting in their papers or retiring within the next calendar year had allocations made under a category called terminal pay. It was published in the budget. I have before me the 2019 salary and wages with a page of names of future retirees, including the then allegedly soon retiring Chief Abbott. 4 years ago, his terminal pay was $360K, over $360K. I am told that his terminal pay now is well over $600,000. I'd like to know, why is this allocation an emergency? What CFO doesn't make prior arrangements for employees that may be retiring? I would be very surprised if the response to my question tonight is that this is a confidential employee matter. Salaries and retirement figures are on the budget and are public information. The public has a right to know how $1.5 million is being spent. I urge that this council not approve this allocation until it is clear to you and the public what this money is for and how it is justified. I'd like to know why this township has allowed sick and vacation days to accrue for 30 years plus. Why is there not a use it or lose it policy? In light of the huge payouts that will likely be made to only a handful of employees, it is even more shocking that this administration has to be begged to open the Toby Katz Center for even one full day a week for seniors at a pittance of the cost. This reluctance to embrace this request from seniors speaks volumes. I urge this council to open the center more and please provide the information about what's behind this sustainable resolution and what will change as a result of it, and where is the backup to justify an emergency request for $1.5 million
Ms.
of
Rudin,
our
your time is
tax
up.
dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Lawton, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Richard Lawton. I live at 701 Richmond Avenue in Point Pleasant Beach. I'm here representing an organization called New Jersey Sustainable Business Council. I serve as their executive director. We're a network of businesses that cut across all different sectors and industries, and mostly small to mid-sized companies, including those in West Orange. And what these businesses have in common is a commitment to integrating sustainability and sustainable business practices into their products and their operations and supply chains. But they also know that public policy is critical if we're to move the economy in a more sustainable direction overall. So that's why the companies, including those in West Orange, work with NJSBC to help advance a combination of market-driven innovation and policy change to create a more sustainable economy overall. So I'm here to speak in favor, as like a previous speaker, for the phase out of gas-powered blowers. I won't take the full 5 minutes, but I want to focus on three main points that I'll elaborate on a little bit. The first is that gas powered blowers are a significant source of noise and air pollution. The second point is this problem and the public costs and the negative impacts on local businesses is completely unnecessary since there are alternatives that are already existing out there. And thirdly, while transitioning and change is always difficult, especially for established businesses and established technology, these barriers to transitioning to more of a clean energy economy and less polluting, less noisy alternatives, they can be overcome. And many townships and states are doing just that. So in terms of the first point, the noise and air pollution, this also affects local businesses increasingly since the pandemic. As you know, since the pandemic, many people have begun working from home. And I also work from home for the most part. And it's very disruptive when you're trying to conduct business from home when landscapers are using gas-powered blowers. I think many of people on Zoom and also in the chambers can relate to the fact that if you're having a conversation and conducting a business meeting on Zoom, you are disrupted, from doing so using the gas-powered blowers. Also, many restaurants since the pandemic opened up outdoor seating, which was great, but my wife and I were sitting outside at an outdoor restaurant. We all go to restaurants, not just for the food, but also for the environment, the atmosphere. And we're sitting outside and a landscaping company was using a gas-powered blower across the street for a good 15 minutes. We couldn't even hear each other talk. It actually hurt the restaurant business because people didn't want to sit outside. So this also has a negative impact on businesses, especially given the fact that many people now, employees and business owners, are working from home in those environments where those gas-powered blowers are disruptive. The second point is this is all unnecessary. The fact is that gas-powered blowers are a 20th century technology that's increasingly becoming out of date. And as a previous speaker mentioned, there are electric blowers and electric landscaping technology that are already available. In fact, in northern New Jersey, there are plenty of landscaping companies that are specializing in using less noisy, pollution-free landscaping tools. There's several organizations. One is called the AGZA, American Green Zone Alliance. They've been working with the National Association of Landscape Professionals, the New Jersey Green Industry Council, and the New Jersey Landscape Contractors Association to put together programs to help landscapers make the transition to electric, non-polluting electric technology. So
1 minute remaining.
Great, thank you. While there are barriers to the transition, there are plenty of holdouts who would not like to transition. They're easily overcome through a combination of carrots and sticks. The carrots, there are plenty of programs out there that will incentivize landscapers to turn in their gas-powered equipment and give them incentives to switch to electric-powered incentives. By the township banning or at least phasing out gas-powered mowers, it'll actually help the community become quieter, cleaner, improve the quality of life. It also helped contribute to the transition to a clean energy economy overall and create a market for entrepreneurs and new businesses to create, cleaner, less polluting ways of keeping our communities clean. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thanks for your consideration.
Mr. Lawton, just for the record, could you spell your last name, please?
He's off. It was Layton.
Layton. Okay, thank you.
Darren Tobiah, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Council. My name is Darren Tobia. I live at Columbia Street. When the new library was at the planning board stage, a jitney was promised because many downtown residents are going to have trouble accessing the new library. There is only one public bus route that services that part of town. Could someone please give me an update on the status of that promised jitney? Thank you so much. Bye.
Sean Gaynor, welcome to the meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Sean Gaynor, 74 Reynolds Avenue, Hanover, New Jersey, 07981. I was hoping to speak with John Gross. I just turned in. I have a job and I was coaching, so I just got to tune in a little while ago. I don't see John Gross in quarters here.
If you want to just direct your question to the council, that's appropriate.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you. So a few weeks ago, I went in to see John Gross because he wouldn't answer any questions at the council meeting. So I went to go see him. I asked him why he has still, to this day, not paid my pension, which should have been paid. I paid my portion of it in January. So I asked him why you didn't pay it, or if you did, when did you pay it? He said he doesn't know when he paid it. And I said, can you give me a ballpark? And he said, early spring. Now it's updated multiple times since then. I've called the pension, and I understand there is a little lagway there, but it's already updated many times since he said he paid it, and it's still not paid. So I would like to know when, and if he didn't pay it yet, where is the money for all of us? I mean, it doesn't really affect the guys working just yet. It will if he still never pays it, but I get a pension check. So I'd like to know when, like, I Oprah requested it, and on the Oprah request, because I didn't trust him, it doesn't say he paid it. So I want to know, when is he paying my pension?
Thank you.
Council President, I think we have one other individual. They keep raising and lowering their hand. I'm gonna check with them. I'm sorry, Council President, there are no other hands raised at the.
Thank you. We are now officially closed with public comment. So as far as responding to the ordinances and resolutions that are on tonight's agenda, I will reserve my comment to when we approach that on the agenda, and request that my colleagues do the same so that we can respond when those items do come up. Wanted to thank Ms. Steadwell for calling in this evening. I was certainly going to acknowledge that the 12 LED lights have been installed on Chestnut. Those inquiries with PSE&G began in about June of this summer, and 3 months, and we have success. So very appreciative that you called in to let us know that that has been completed. Thank you for those who called in about the new businesses, a touch of three. We've seen a lot of chatter and activity on social media, talking about how good the food is. Also, just wanted to remind our residents that we do have several new restaurants in West Orange, and we also have our Downtown Alliance app. So if you have not downloaded that app, it identifies all of the businesses in West Orange. So please, as has already been noted, we have several new restaurants. Please go out and support these businesses. New stores are also opening up throughout town. So perhaps maybe there can be, I don't know, I'm just reaching, maybe perhaps even dreaming. But maybe when a new business opens, the app can just kind of flash that new business is opening, or do some type of highlight to promote, some type of notices or something to push through, so that those who do have the app will be aware when that is occurring. Again, for those supporting our older adults, advisory board and the Toby Cats to be open as a facility. I am certainly supportive of that. Making sure that we have just the staffing that's necessary. But I do understand that last week's sewing event was successful, and just the camaraderie we certainly do want to support and continue to support our seniors. I do want to thank Ms. Van Dyke for coming out. I certainly was not aware of all of the activities that we do have for our seniors, and I'm certain that they don't know either. So again, just promoting those activities, encouraging socialization and attendance and participation. But we are definitely in agreement that the CAT Center can be utilized more and can be a ground for our seniors to continue to be together. As far as trees were concerned and the planting of trees and how those trees were identified on October 17th, I will yield to the administration as well as to Chief Abbott for the parking inquiries and the violations that were cited for that day. Thank you, Mr. Puglisi, always, Mr. Fagan, for all of your information. Mr. DeVoe, several questions again regarding ordinances. We'll get to those. And it looks like it was senior housing, trees. Definitely the ordinances. Jitney service to the library, I'll ask the administration to respond to that. And as far as Mr. Gaynor and pension payments, the administration certainly will have to respond to that. Just also wanted to acknowledge something that I saw online today, which was the FBI Uniform Crime Reporting Program. The West Orange Police Department had good information in that. So we'll ask or direct your attention to that reporting. Also just wanted to mention the wild turkey update. I know no one really mentioned that here tonight, but on Pleasant Valley Way, I call him Tom the Turkey. You know, that's just the name I've given him. Some residents have given him other names. But I did want to direct our attention also, there was a statement released by the administration. He was darted by the Fish and Game, Bureau to try and relocate him, not to try and cause him any more harm. But I did see some photos earlier today as well. The dart is no longer there, but the administration has asked that you please do not approach the wild turkey, that they are trying to control it, if that's even possible, because he pretty much controls the traffic. But just be mindful that it is a wild animal, that we do have the property authorities trying to take care of that situation. And I think that will be my comments for this evening, and we'll jump right after my colleagues' comments into our brief agenda. Thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you. Thank you to all of the volunteers who came out tonight, who are advocates for our seniors. Brent, Rosary, Sheila, Rachel, Althea, John Blanton, Sally, Joyce. I think everyone in our community is beginning to see that our seniors are not getting a return on the investment of their tax dollars. I think we're beginning to see the difference between multiple programs that we have, which are wonderful. Laura and Noelia are doing a wonderful job increasing programming. But that's very different than having a respite or a place for our seniors to go and to have a conversation and to be with a friend.
Can you speak into the mic?
Sure.
No, bring it closer.
Yeah. I mean, they're apples and oranges. They're two different things. And we don't have what we need, which is that place for our seniors to go and to converse and to be with a friend. You know, I've been attending a lot of religious services and marches and having conversations with my Jewish friends. And last night at the HRC, I was really clear how instructive this is for our community at this critical time in our history. The chief, I want to thank you for sending us the White House document, Allied Against Hate, a toolkit for faith communities. It gave a beautiful summary of why volunteering is important and how communities can bring different faiths together. And I just wanted to read it to you because this is exactly what our Seniors United Now volunteers are trying to do for our community with the Toby Cats. The document talked about a strong community is a significant defense against hate. It takes all of us working together to build united communities where everyone feels safe and valued. They can start by getting to know their neighbors, including our neighbors of different faiths. It further states getting to know one's neighbors before their support is needed is vital. A strong, diverse network of relationships, and this is the key, fostered over time through consistent engagement, prepares us to give and receive support from our neighbors. That's why opening the Toby Cats is so important, as it provides that venue to foster friendship and allow for consistent engagement over time. And that's what we're trying to achieve with our young people through intergenerational experiences. Those relationships are built by consistent engagement over time. And that's why it's key that we open that CAT Center. I'd like to invite everyone who came here today to join me in calling Laura Van Dyke at your earliest convenience. She is doing an incredible job and she's trying to collaborate with her. And ask her very directly, if she hasn't seen you tonight, to ask her what we need to do, what our volunteers need to do to get that CAT Center open one day a week for our seniors to go and to enjoy conversation with friends. So please, and everyone who's on Zoom and in our community who cares about seniors, is a caregiver, I think it's time we all just give her a call, maybe the mayor too, and our council members, and say the time is now. So thank you all for that. Todd DeBovie, you made some really great points here. First, that economic development position. I think a number of the council people, as well as the members of the public, have made it clear over and over again that what we need is a town planner, not an economic developer or a consultant who does what they're told. I agree, there's no open bid process. That's a real problem. And I believe most of us are going to stand with the residents of our community and continue to lobby for a town planner. With all the projects we have, Main Street, Rock Spring, the way we've seen the library move. If that doesn't tell us that we need a town planner, I don't know what does. So we need project management, which is what a town planner will do, as well as all the other services. And I don't think an economic development person will do that. So I'll be voting no on that tonight. The Fairview contract, again, I will be voting no on that. I have some similar problems with that as well. And the emergency appropriation, I have to agree. There's no information in there. We don't know who's retiring. We don't know what those payouts are. And there is no information to support that. So to everyone who asked about those few items, I am not in support of them. Joseph, the rising taxes are a problem for all of our seniors. There are some programs on our website for very, very low income seniors. Most of them don't qualify for them. You can look at those, but I agree with you. We need to be doing more for our seniors. And there are some government programs you might have looked at. There is a senior freeze. I don't know if you're aware of that. And you could call Laura Van Dyke, our Director of Senior Services, and see if there's anything else that she can help you with. But we need to do more for our seniors. Very much so. Mel Valdez, thank you for calling in. I'm in agreement with many of the ordinances and resolutions that you were concerned about. I think I stated where I am on those. And I want to let you know that we want to include Latino residents in our senior programming. And I have been working closely with Maria Vera. I don't know if you know her. She is running for the Board of Education. She's a guidance counselor in Orange. Her children have grown up in this community. She is very concerned, not only about the young people, but about the seniors, because she is a caregiver herself. And I have asked her to help me get in touch with seniors, Latino seniors in our community. And if you know any who want to get involved and can help us with senior services, please reach out to me at 973-665-4780. And if there's a language barrier, I can get Maria to help us. But we are thinking about seniors in all different parts of our township. Please know that. Michaela Bennett, you asked a very good question about the Essex County Country Club. I'm very shocked to see that there's no planning board approval for that, and the work has started, but I'll ask our administration to speak to that a little bit more. The other issues that you discussed were also very enlightening, and I will take a look at those as well. Sally Malanga, thank you again. I don't know why those gas blowers ordinance is not on the agenda. We've been talking about it now. I think there was agreement with what we wanted to put in there. The stonewalling has got to stop. And I'll leave it to Mr. Trank to tell us whether he can get that on the agenda for our next council meeting. I certainly don't see why not. Joyce Rudin, I have to agree with you also on the West Orange Plaza and the sustainable resolution. I too found it interesting that a lot of the things that we're professing to do, we don't do on a regular basis. The green plan, the solar, the conserving of the 10 acres, all of those things are things that I would expect us to be requiring of applicants, or if we can't require, at least have them make some kind of a reasonable effort to work towards those goals. And I have to agree with you that we haven't done enough of that. So I agree. We need to put our money where our mouth is. Richard, again, I agree that we need to get those gas power blowers back on our council agenda, and hopefully Mr. Trank could talk to us about that. So one more, I think we had. Darren Tobia, the jitney. That's a wonderful question. It's something I've been looking at with our senior advisory board. And I did have a conversation with Mr. Fonzino, and I know he has some ideas about coupling jitney service to the library on the days that we currently take seniors to ShopRite or to Whole Foods. However, there isn't a plan as of yet that's too concrete, and we do need to look at that and make it happen. So I will see what I can do to get back to Mr. Fonzino and get some more detail for you. And Sean, I don't know what to tell you. I think all of your concerns are valid and they need to be presented to the administration, because unfortunately, I can't answer them for you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all to those who came out in person and online. And I say it in almost every meeting. Your advocacy is important. Your voice is important. Hold us all accountable. The administration, all elected officials, we are here to represent you, whether you voted for us or not. We represent every resident in this town. So I thank you all. I'm going to try to be as brief as I usually am and touch upon some of the subjects and then wait until we actually speak about them in the resolutions and ordinances, further along in the agenda to go into detail. So regarding the Toby Katz Center as a senior center, I mentioned this in the last meeting. West Orange, I believe, should have 3 senior centers. Toby Katz Center should be one of them, one within the new library, and then the 7,500 square foot space within the new senior affordable housing complex next to Town Hall. We have over 50,000 residents, and a township of our size is technically a city. So why not? The more the merrier. I support the need for 3 senior centers in town, but most importantly, while we have the space currently available, because the other 2 aren't ready yet, I support that the Toby Katz Center be the first senior center in West Orange, and hope to hopefully see this happen this year, where we can actually change the name to the Toby Katz Senior Center. So please advocate, reach out to administration. It's an administration function. They're the ones who are able to make this happen. All we could do is advocate on, the residents' behalf. I also support using this rent a house rec room one day a week for seniors, but we'd have to talk to the rent a board to see if that's even possible. So again, I want to thank all the advocates in our community for seniors, specifically Rosie Morelli and Councilwoman Scarpa for bringing back Teen Techies. I look forward to attending an event. Intergenerational activities are important and impactful for all involved. Regarding the economic development consultant, not only has the administration ignored the residents who have been vocal about a full-time town planner, but they've also ignored the will of the majority of the council, in which we've expressed many times throughout the year, most specifically the last few consecutive meetings, that there will be no support for anything other than what we so desperately need is a full-time. There's an echo. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
A full-time planner with economic development experience. I mean, Montclair is smaller than West Orange in terms of size. They have a full-time planner, and they also have a deputy planner that's also full-time. So there's no reason that our town shouldn't have one, period, end of discussion. Regarding the insurance bids, I'm going to ask to pull this because I echo all your sentiments. There's just not enough information. We each got a link with the information, but it should have been made available to all the residents for transparency. And I'll touch upon that later on. Emergency appropriations, I also agree with the residents who expressed concerns. There are no supporting documents. Hopefully that will be pulled, and I'll ask my detailed questions then. Excited for all the new businesses and honored to have attended the ribbon cuttings this weekend with my colleagues and the mayor. I have been to Touch of Three. The food is amazing, and I look forward to their ribbon cutting whenever it's scheduled. There have been a few questions from the public that I will defer to the administration's answer. Ms. Bennett mentioned the Essex County Country Club. I saw the email, and it seems it's concerning to me to see that work has been done without, I guess, approval, but I don't know. So I'm going to defer that to the administration. Regarding Mr. Trenk as a prosecutor, I'm shocked because my understanding as the head of the department, he doesn't have the authorization to prosecute without consent from the council, which is in our code, because we already approved a township prosecutor in March. So I'm a little bit confused about that. Hopefully we can get some answers tonight. Regarding Chief Abbott as our interim BA, Chief, I love you. I've said before, I've known you since I was a little girl, but I don't think you're qualified to be the interim BA. And for that reason, I believe that the majority of the council won't support that officially. So you'll have your 60 days, and then the mayor will have to select someone else. Regarding the ban on gas leaf blowers, the majority of the council supports this. And tonight, under pending matters, new matters, council discussion, I plan to bring this ordinance up. And I do believe that we do have the votes to have the revised ordinance on the agenda in the next meeting. It's a fair ordinance giving the residents and landscapers 2 years to transition, and the township government 2 years to transition before an official ban in January of 2026. Sustainable Resolution 37123. I agree with the comments. With all due respect, this resolution is fluff. It's a great template, but does not enact anything. So I will vote no to this unless or until we get a full-time planner with economic development experience. And I repeat, this would be worth supporting if we had a full-time planner with more concrete initiatives and projects. Jitney promises transport residents to the new library. I will again defer to the administration, and hopefully they'll keep their promises to the residents. And regarding the pension payments, I am sorry, Mr. Gaynor, that this has been your experience. I'm not sure why it hasn't been done. Maybe Mr. Smeraldo or Mr. Trank or the chief can either speak to you an answer tonight since Mr. Gross isn't here. And that concludes my announcements in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank everyone for coming out and raising your voices. As always, it is important for us to hear where you stand on the various issues. I salute Laura Van Dyke for her presentation tonight and her team for all the work that they've done with our seniors. I was glad to hear the update from the library, although I'm very disappointed that we're still without one. You know, I've made my sentiments on this particular issue known time and time again. I do think we could have done a far better job of planning with regard to when we tore down the old library and built the new one. To Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi, as always, thank you for your timely information and for keeping it brief. To Mr. Scott, I want to extend an apology to you for the treatment that you have received. I also want to apologize to Rachel Hersey for receiving similar treatment. This is a tough job. And we're human. I'm not trying to, gloss over what has happened, but there are some times when some of us are not at our best, and we deliver commentary in ways that, or make decisions or actions that we otherwise might not. So for you being on the receiving end of poor treatment, I do apologize. And my hope and my prayer is that we find a better way forward in a way that's consistent with Mr. Blanton's commentary that creates a culture of more constructive collaboration rather than so much antagonism. Ms. Moskowitz, I want to thank you for your continued involvement and to all of those that raised their voices about the Toby Katz Center being used for seniors more than we're doing now. Some asked for additional hours, some asked for an additional day. I support both of those. I'm happy to figure out how we need to do it. And I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with something on a temporary basis because to have it open on a regular basis is going to require some resources, and we've got to figure out how to allocate resources to it. But I'm sure that we could find something to do on a temporary basis. And I'm happy to put in the time with my colleagues here and with the other officials in town, especially the Senior Older Adults Advisory Board, to make that happen. So I'm not going to address the individuals that also raised their sentiments about the Toby Katz Center. I think I've covered that. Ms. Morelli, I'm glad to hear that you, in your young age, are reviving the Teen Techies program with Councilwoman Scarpa. Intergenerational activities are good for everyone, both the junior and the senior. So excited to hear that that is going to be coming back. Mr. DeBovi, I echo the sentiments of my colleague, or both of my colleagues, with regard to the Economic Development Officer. And I will address it in detail when we get to that part of the agenda. Your commentary regarding Fairview, I have my own reservations, and I've voted against that contract now 2 years in a row. I expect this will be the third. I am not as concerned about the Grabowski resolution, but we will discuss that when we get to it. And same thing for the severance. We certainly have some discussion there, but I'll wait until we get to the agenda to do it. Mr. Dioria, I want to thank you for raising your concerns. I would encourage you not just to reach out to our local senior services coordinator, but also at the county and the state level. And they will provide additional information to you with regard to what seniors can qualify for in the way of relief. It was a joy to be downtown on Saturday. Very good energy at all three ribbon cutting. So shout out to the Downtown Alliance led by Megan Brill, to all of those business owners and the investors and the families that have decided to make West Orange your home. We certainly do welcome you, and we don't just wish for your success, but we're willing to work right alongside you to achieve it. Ms. Valdez, you directed some questions to Chief Abbott with regard to what's being done to curb property theft. I don't know who from the administration can discuss how the homes were selected for the tree planting, and I've already addressed the severance. Ms. Stedwell, thank you for coming tonight to public comment with all good news and all complimentary news. It is refreshing, and we certainly do appreciate it. I am aware of the Essex County Country Club issue. I did see and read briefly an email response from the attorney today. I'm not sure if that was adequate or not, and I am having difficulty getting online, so I can't review it tonight. I do apologize. I was trying to do so earlier, trying to troubleshoot, but I can't get online. So I don't know the fullness of the response, but I do recall there was a response from the attorney representing the applicant, and I'm interested to know if there's any additional context that can be provided tonight. The issue with regard to our town attorney acting as municipal prosecutor has been properly raised, and I'm looking forward to hearing an answer on that. With regard to Chief Abbott being the BA, I do know that there's at least one other town in the state of New Jersey that has a chief of police that is also the BA. My concerns are not as much around qualifications. My concerns are primarily with regard to contract negotiations. I've expressed this to you. This is not a surprise. Contract negotiations with our union employees. I think it's difficult for the chief to effectively negotiate those contracts with police, for sure, and possibly even fire, given how closely they work together. And then in that case, it would ultimately have to fall on the shoulders of our assistant BA, which is Mr. Smeraldo, who I don't have an issue with either by way of qualification, but with regard to the police, he wouldn't be able to do it either because he has family member, or at least one family member that works in that department. And I don't think our mayor is the right one to negotiate those alone. So we've got some continuity issues here with regard to who can negotiate those contracts. And that is my chief concern. And I hope that we can address that quickly because we are in the midst of that now. And certainly we don't want to have a repeat of what has happened so many times in the past where negotiations have dragged out, morale has dropped, temperatures have been raised. I think we can do a better job of that, and I'm certainly supportive of figuring out a solution. Ms. Malanga raised several issues, some of which I've already addressed. And I do plan on being present tomorrow night at the planning board meeting. I want to encourage everyone to come out. West Orange Plaza is one of the largest properties in town that is not, a golf course. We have more than our fair share of golf courses. And it certainly is in need of a refresh. I'm excited to see what we can do together to make that a better project, both for them and for the town. Ms. Rudin expressed some concerns about 36723, and I share the concern that we do need, and I didn't take good notes, but I do believe that was with regard to the Sustainable New Jersey city designation, West Orange Township designation. I do think we need a town planner, and we have to have a mechanism for executing on those things, and someone that can be held accountable for making sure that the kinds of concepts embodied in that language are employed in every development where it is appropriate in town. And then with regard, she raised one issue with regard to the severance. And the only thing I will say in response to that, Ms. Rudin, is my concern is also around whether or not these payouts are consistent with the Christie era changes that governed sick and vacation payouts. Mr. Layton, thank you for joining us tonight. We certainly do appreciate your perspective. We've had robust discussion and debate, and I think after tonight, we'll be ready to get it on the agenda to vote. Mr. Gaynor, I will follow up tomorrow with Mr. Gross to inquire about this particular issue. I was in the council meeting when you raised it last, and the response that I can recall was that if it hadn't been done, it would be done. And here we are probably 6 or 7 months later. So I will follow up tomorrow and do my very best to get to the bottom of it. I want to make a comment that is not from the public comment tonight. Just wanted to say last night's HRC meeting, I think, was even with how charged of an issue it was, I think that was a great example of West Orange coming together, dealing with difficult moments, difficult issues, listening to each other, being open to understanding each other, and then agreeing on a way forward that makes sense for everybody. That is a model for how we should be handling conflict in West Orange. We certainly don't get everything right. People make mistakes. Some of them are well-intended and still come out the wrong way. But having a space where we can be open and honest and vulnerable and speak about what we celebrate and what we really are disappointed with, and then come away with an ability to work together, I think is exactly the right thing. So I applaud the HRC and I applaud all of those. It was over 100 people in that meeting last night. I applaud every single one of them for your passion, your commitment, your dedication, and your willingness to work on these kinds of challenges together. That is it for me, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to all the speakers who came in this evening for your passion, for your dedication. And, we may not always agree on everything, but I always do appreciate each and every one of you to given your time coming here this evening. I want to start out with March Minion. Last night, I wasn't at the HRC. I had Friends of the Library meeting last night. We're revving up. We're excited for this library to get open soon. Pretty soon, you'll see a sneak peek out on in video. It wasn't ready tonight. More work had to get done on the piece and on the space. We wanted to, show a little bit of what's been done there. And I think everyone's going to realize it was definitely worth the wait for this new great library that we're going to have. Unfortunately, we had some delays with COVID since the project commenced. I know things could have, as much as you plan, no one ever expected COVID. No one ever expected a resident to sue the developer up at Executive Drive and delay the plan project 2 years and then suddenly drop the lawsuit. And then there we have it. Then we have an issue with supply chain demands. So still waiting for HVAC pieces from a year ago. And it's unfortunate, but these are the things that no one ever plans for. No one could ever predict, but we're very happy for all the workforce at our library, for Mr. QB and his staff. They've been awesome. And Marge for volunteering her time, working with Mr. Smeraldo here, who's been doing an awesome job since he first got involved. And we're excited. So I know there's frustration. They are looking for ways to get people up there. Mr. Smeralda could probably talk about the jitney. They're trying to figure that out now that we actually are running the jitneys ourselves now. We cut ties with the company and it's being fully run through the township. But I want the council also to be mindful. We talk about what we can do, what we can't do. And I know folks, you come to the podium, you get frustrated. It's been a really, really tough, frustrating year. Budget came in high for numerous reasons, and the council had to make cuts. I didn't agree with some of the cuts. One cut was $11,000 for the senior citizen part-time driver. So that got cut out of our budget. We almost cut out the senior livability coordinator, and I appreciate my colleagues for keeping that in. So Dorothy Sanders, she had received a grant. I believe Mr. Grant said and he's correct. Grants run out. That grant was from the county. I just wanted to get the facts straight. So Ms. Sanders was in the senior livabilities coordinator position, which was a part-time position. It still is. It's an open position that Laura Van Dyke is really trying hard to get that filled. We were very lucky with Ms. Sanders because she had great qualifications for a part-time position, but then she had the opportunity to go full-time with the grant from the county. And it's really unfortunate the county cut her, because although she was employed by the county, she still did great, wonderful things for us. And it's unfortunate. So it is frustrating when you do lose grant money. But Ms. Van Dyke is trying to get that position filled. And, you know, I just want to remind my colleagues, and we'll talk offline tomorrow. I mean, to have numerous people inundate her with phone calls in a day is not going to be helpful. I mean, a quick email so she could read them at her leisure. There's only so many hours in the workday. And our staff has been running on fumes all year. There's been a lot of retirements in the township. There's people out sick. There's people, there's a lot of staffing issues. And I commend the administration for doing a lot more with a lot less. So I know things haven't been perfect this year, but there's been a lot of staffing issues. And, you know, we're limited with HR, what we can say and not say. And everybody's been trying to work their best. So no, none of us up here, everybody is supportive. You want to use Toby Cat House, you know, we have 7,500 square feet of community space coming our way. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Brand new library, community space there. Awesome, awesome. So it's all going to get worked out. I really am upset with certain individuals in the community creating a tone that there's a pushback on having services for seniors, because that is so not the case. Ms. Van Dyke came up here with all her programming this evening in the beginning of the meeting. And again, even though people say she's doing a great job, there's still that undertone there. So hopefully she'll get that third staff member. And Noelia Perez, she's been doing a great job. She's also bilingual. And flyers do go out in both languages. So, and just so you know, any flyer information on the website, there is on the website, Miss Brill, I'm looking at her because she knows where it is on the website, but there is a part, our website converts into 52 languages, believe it or not. So as antiquated, it seems that sometimes it really has that great at the bottom right-hand corner for Mr. Smeraldo. So as antiquated may seem at sometimes, it has that feature, which is great, and this beautiful, diverse community. But again, a library, you'll be seeing this sneak peek soon, and that's all coming from a grant from the marketing grant that we have for the community. And we're excited to get that out. So a lot of great things are coming. Everybody needs a little bit more patience. But again, we love your ideas. Keep giving us your ideas, and things are going to be awesome. For Mr. Dorio, there is New Jersey State Senior Freeze Program. And I was reading a little bit while folks were talking. I don't text during the meetings, but I do look up information on the internet sometimes. And if I'm correct in reading this, and I'm going to ask all of you to go look, but it says this year in 2023, the limit has been increased to 150,000
Yes,
per
that's
year.
true. That's true.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so that's true. Great news. And you don't have to be, there was a requirement that you had to be a resident of New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. They lifted that restriction. So that's great news for a lot of folks in the community. You can freeze your taxes. So look that up. And we did make a commitment to you when we all approved that sewer tax, with Mr. Gross, that if you qualify for the senior freeze, your sewer tax would stay at the 325 rate. So, but you had to qualify for the senior freeze in order to get that qualification. So if you meet that qualification, that is somewhat of a help for you. Please notify the tax office. So again, we try to do where we can do, and we will continue always to do so for that. I did attend the senior meeting. I will continue to attend. My colleagues, if we have discussion tonight, I was disappointed. I was hoping the capital budget would be presented tonight, and I'm very disappointed it's not here yet. I know we're still giving information back to the administration, but during that meeting, Mr. Albert had said that the new building should be completed by July 2024. And with that being said, I've been advocating for us to get some, I think I sent all of you an email that we get some money applied to that project for that space, at the very least in the beginning, an architect, because Mr. Albert sound very very certain that if we get him the information sooner than later, why he's building out, drop in electric and plumbing now is more cost effective than if we go back and, we want to, space here to be a kitchenette, et cetera. So I look forward to the administration working on that. But again, we have to put money aside to get these spaces completed, and then the community could enjoy them. And that's why we're all working so hard, right? Ms. Steadwell, thank you so much. A little note here. Also, I'm going to give a plug for the mayor and her husband, Mr. Joe McCartney. They had walked many communities this past spring and summer, checking the numbers on the poles for all those lights that Public Service supplied the lighting for, and they needed a code. And God bless them, they went out and did that on their 3 nights, I guess. So God, thank them for that kind of time they put in to our community. I really don't want to talk about leaf blowers, so 2 seconds. So Mrs. Malanga, you talk about me caring about pollution. Of course I care about pollution. I'm always very concerned, and we could rehash, you could bring everybody back next week. We could talk about it. I could bring 50 people in easily to say why we shouldn't have this and we should wait for the technology. We had the professionals, landscaping professionals last week state their cases. I'm not gonna, I don't want to debate it now, but I was concerned and still am concerned of the pollution of the batteries. They have a 2-year lifespan. And yes, you can recycle them, but you still have to buy them after 2 years. And I'm not a liar for that, as Mr. Scott had called me for lying on that end. That is research that I read myself. And that was some testimony that evening from the professionals themselves as they go out and have to purchase these very costly items. Mr. Gaynor, I hope this gets straightened out. I feel for you. I hope administration is making great notes, and we I don't know what the circumstances are, but hopefully that will get straightened out, because again, I don't know why, but Mr. DeBovi, thank you. I know obviously Ms. Carnival isn't here. There was additional information we usually ask her for, and so I didn't realize she was on vacation when I sent my information out. So I'm not sure if that's why we don't have the attachment or not, if there's another reason, but we'll find out when we talk about the resolutions. And last but not least, now we mentioned Target tonight. I know there's this meeting tomorrow night, and again, I encourage everyone, yes, do go to the meetings, do go listen. Of course, we want great, beautiful spaces in our shopping plazas. This past week, myself, Ms. Brill, and Amy McCampbell and Luis Vespa, who I have to really thank him, Uptown Printing, going to give him a little quick shout out. Great job. He's our new trustee on our downtown board. We all went down to Red Bank for our downtown New Jersey conference. And Ms. Brill, thank you also because you serve on that executive board, representing us very well. And Red Bank used to be called Dead Bank. We were in the Count Basie Theater, talking about economic development, big ideas, awesome seminar. We always get pumped up when we go there. We hang with our friends from Montclair, our friends from South Orange, our friends from Maplewood, all the great places that everybody likes to go to their downtowns. And we get great information from them that we bring home, and we go because we want you to come to downtown West Orange and catch our energy. And we are implementing that with every single business owner. You catch our energy. We saw that at the energy at our ribbon cuttings, at our new stores that open up, and we get excited. So when we look at Target and these multi-million-dollar investors coming in, of course, we want what's best, and I appreciate everyone's advocating for that. We need this revenue. We need this development. It will spread to downtown. We also sat in, Ms. Brill and I, with two couple-hour conference meetings with a couple commercial real estate brokers, national chain brokers this week to give us some insight. How do we get these big retailers to our downtown? How do we go about doing this? How do we recruit them? I won't be supporting the economic developer this evening. I thought at one point that was a way to go, and I see now it isn't. Not again, planner, we don't utilize our planner. Mr. Greigel is highly well known within all of these communities I just discussed. Great reputation. Again, we're not utilizing him enough. The mayor's been gracious. We've been utilizing him more in a few meetings of ours. Maybe he should go to economic development meeting. I don't know. But at the end of the day, we all have to, it's about marketing and promotion. It's about having a positive attitude, because Dead Bank is now awesome Red Bank. And I highly believe our West Orange will stay the shining light on the mountain. And so we all want you to come downtown, catch your energy. And we also want our great, beautiful shopping plazas to look beautiful. But yet they need to get open. We need the revenue. So that's my pitch for this evening. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, one thing, Council President, I have to say this because my colleague mentioned, I don't want to pull her out on it, but I got to thank the chief. He has been doing a phenomenal job in his interim role, and so has Mr. Smeraldo. And I have to say, I shoot off emails regularly. Everything's getting done. And so I don't agree with the qualification part. My research, I don't think it's a conflict with the contracts, and Councilman, I think that is a great concern that you bring up, but I don't, I haven't in my research, I could, can or cannot be wrong. But I want to thank both of these gentlemen. And I also want to thank Mr. Trank too, because he gets a lot of heartache through this township. And I think everybody's been, like I said, working hard. I started off the beginning of my comments with, like how they're running on fumes in town hall. And I think we all need to
be a little bit more respectful of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smeraldo, let's go through our consent agenda.
Council President, do you want to respond to some of these questions first?
Oh, yes, certainly. I'm sorry. So I think some of the questions, especially regarding the tree planting, what was the priority given to residents and how was that identified? And then we had a resident who also inquired about the parking situation and fine or ticketing during the day of the planting.
So the ticketing itself is news to me. I'm gonna have to look into that. Now, the selection of where the trees were planted, I'm gonna have to defer to Walter Kipp. I can get an answer for you. I can email you. You can respond to your constituents for certain. I was asked what I'm doing about crime. So on every Tuesday and Thursday morning at 9:15 sharp, I'm on the New Jersey State Police Regional Operational Intelligence Center, the ROC. Sometimes the Attorney General, Matt Placken himself, will join in. I also frequently interact with the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police, the Essex County Chiefs of Police Association, coordinate regularly with the Essex County Prosecutor's Office and the Essex County Sheriff's Department. And with all that we get from all these institutions, we train and educate our staff on what the current crime trends are. And we use Joe Fagan quite often to educate the public on what those crime trends are, so we can interact with the public. And, perhaps the resident would like to establish a neighborhood watch. We would definitely facilitate that. We always seek the public's cooperation. We have biweekly CompStat meetings with the command staff to ensure accountability by the supervisors and appropriate deployment of resources. It was only a couple of years ago that I was tracking, which took a long time to do. I had to do it manually from the year I came on the job in 1980. And by I think it was around 20, we had decreased crime by 50%. So, I always run into people I've known for years. Maybe I went to school with them, and they talk about West Orange is changing and the good old West Orange. And I'm like, do you know crime is half of what it was back then? Half. And, people can't believe it, but the facts are facts. That's the FBI uniform crime reports. We get audited on that. It's not like we just make reports and nobody pays attention. We're audited to make sure that those numbers are correct. We've never failed an audit. We've never even been taken to task on one of the audits. So those are the real numbers. Now, more recently, since COVID, crime has definitely been creeping up all over. Our biggest problem is really people breaking into homes with unlocked windows, unlocked doors, unlocked cars. They use the garage door opener to get in, enter through the attached garage, to get high-end cars, to steal their key fobs. It's actually worse the more affluent the community. They're experiencing more so than we are. Smaller communities have higher numbers than we do with 50,000 residents and 16,000 households, because there's more affluent cars there, more affluent neighborhoods, more high-end cars there, and that's what's going on. So I can appreciate, and I know Millie was just a victim of an offense herself, or it was her brother's motorcycle that was stolen. Van pulled up, took the cover off, put it in the van, drove away. To some dissatisfaction with the call taker. I listened to the call myself today. I'm happy to speak to her if she wants to call my office, explain everything, and get her to the reports. When you're the victim of crime, listen, you don't care if crime's cut by 3/4, never mind 50%. You're the victim. We're all at the center of our own universe, and that's the way it is. But crime is a societal phenomenon in every corner of the world. Every civilized nation in the world experiences crime. No criminologist, none of them can even necessarily universally agree on what causes crime. There's a lot of shared ideas, but people have different ideas about what causes crime, causation, and it's everywhere, and it's not going away. So I don't want to make excuses. I'm trying to make an explanation. I like to manage expectations that we are doing this, everything we can. We pay attention to it. It's real to us. I'm always available. I answer my emails, my text messages 24/7. If I'm on vacation and I'm out of the country, I'm still answering emails. So anybody who needs me reaches out to me. Julie, if you're listening, shoot me an email tomorrow and we'll connect, and we'll make sure you get your reports, get everything you need. Thank you.
And then to follow up, regarding the jitney to the libraries. Next Monday, we actually have a meeting scheduled to discuss our jitney service. As we talked recently, we took over the jitney service, and we're in the process of training our newly acquired part-time employees to learn the routes of all the jitneys, and also our full-timers. Mr. Fonzino, the Director of the Health, has already included many stops for the anticipation to the library, which is included into the routes we have. We haven't looked at any individual routes for it yet because, quite honestly, we don't know what the flow is going to be. And so it's going to be something that we're going to investigate and look at. And we're also looking to many other aspects of running the jitney service because it's quite frankly, it's a new department and we have to bring it up to speed. So, and it's in its infancy. It's 6 weeks old. So we're working on that, but we do have a meeting scheduled with our supervisors next week to discuss policies, procedures, routes, and a whole litany of things. So we will be, I will bring your message to them so we can discuss it. Okay. The Essex County Golf Course was brought up. I know that there's a meeting on November 1st with the planning board. We were just notified today in an email that there may be some work going on up there. That was news to me. I will be speaking to our zoning and building officials to see where we're at with that, so we can discuss that. And I can provide you, more information on that. But it is scheduled for November 1st. We talked about spaces, golf course. Okay, I think we talked about the trees. And the last thing I could bring it up now, or I could bring on the report of officers, is that the library, I can discuss about that when we go into consent, or you want me to report now? It's up to you. I can. So the library, I'm happy to report the AC units are hooked up.
Great.
They're working on the balancing as we speak now. The doors that were not part of the library project were installed as of today, both sets of doors. We're still working on the control systems with that, but that'll be done relatively soon. We are the only items that are outstanding regarding the library project itself, the building or in the area, is that our supply chain issues. That's it's 4 doors, 2 interior and 2 exterior, but it's not going to prohibit us from opening up. We've made it, the doors that we've placed in are going to allow us to have at least a TCO, if not a CCO, but that they're coming. We talked about that. We're looking at, hopefully we're gonna be getting the elevators in. The park's supposed to be coming in December, which is not part of the original scope of the project, but it's the upgrade. And this Thursday, we're going to start milling and paving the parking lots, part of the parking lot up in the area on the western side of the building. We'll be allocating work spots, parking spaces for our staff, as well as our tenants. That's the latest, greatest. It's moving forward. At this point, we're about 99% complete as far as the construction project that was charged to us as far as the library itself. There's still going to be ongoing work with the site, but it has nothing to do with interfering with the library operations. I'm happy to report that.
Thank you, and we appreciate that update as well. So we're not going to ask the question, do we have a date yet? Because we just
At this point, it's really going to be, I would never want to throw somebody under the bus because there's 2 sets of wheels. However, when we're at the point where we have the construction, it's now going to be up to the library and the staff to actually get, their people. And they've asked us for assistance with our staff. So we're going to try and facilitate helping moving the books and things of that nature. They have 122,000 books to move. So we're looking to help them out, and they've asked for our assistance in movement. So we have agreed to help them out. We're going to work on a schedule on how to move those books about. So
thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, so now we'll go to our consent agenda.
Okay, we have the consent agenda. We have a motion to open the.
Yes, so moved.
Second.
You have to hold. Well, isn't this just a consent?
No, this is just consent to open. That's fine. No, not for this one. Just consent.
Okay. Just bear with me. I don't write as fast as you speak, so.
No problem. And then
Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting.
so moved.
Second.
So,
Consent.
report of township officers. Now we have none.
Mhm.
Consent. Okay. Reading of petitions and communication and bids. There's none. And bills?
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
So just for the sake of the public, in the last meeting and this meeting, there are bills for Trank, Isabel, and Siddiqui. In the last meeting, we approved $32,419.51. It was an invoice approved for the month of August for various projects. On this bill list, we have an invoice for September various professional services for $35,170,12. Plus, there's another one in here for about $300. Just on the record, I'm approving this with reservations and just want to state that the council reserves the right to revisit this in the public interest pending the present challenge outcome, meaning the current litigation. So I just wanted to go on the record and state that.
Okay, thank you.
Resolutions, anyone pulling a resolution?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll start. 346-23. Contract extension to Grabowski. We have questions there. 366-23. The audit certification pool.
369. 369.
Yeah.
369.
371.
371.
373.
Hold on.
Okay.
You have anything else?
369, 371,
373. And that's it for resolutions.
Okay,
369 is pulled.
I move for the consent of the other resolutions.
Second.
Can we just, make sure we got it right? Which one could be pulled?
Certainly, I'll
Three
review.
46, resolution award contract extension to Grabowski Construction. 366, resolution authorizing the certification of the 2022 annual audit by the governing body. 369, resolution authorizing the competitive contracting process for the professional experience economic development consultant firm to the function of the Township Economic Development Consultant. 371, resolution establishing a land use pledge committing to good planned and thoughtful land use decision with the intent of making Township of West Orange a sustainable community. And the last was 373, resolution authorizing the execution of a professional service agreement with Fairview Insurance Associates Inc., 25 Fairview Ave, Verona, New Jersey, 0704444.
Correct.
Correct, and consent for the remaining items.
Consent.
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 So let's start with 346-23, resolution to award a contract extension to Grabowski Construction Incorporated, 770 North Avenue, West Orange, for snow plowing, salting, removal, and snow hauling for 2023-24. The previous contracts and the backup documentation have been provided. Are there any additional questions or concerns from my colleagues?
Yeah, I just have commentary. So the packet that we received, I believe for the general public, based on calls that I've been getting and emails, is kind of confusing. So I'm in support of this resolution. I actually reached out to the other two bidders. American Asphalt and Trucking LLC didn't get back to me, but I spoke to someone from Downs Tree Service, and they had explained that they didn't bid on the specific contract. Grabowski was the only one, just because they don't have the resources. So just, Chief, if you can elaborate, Downs Tree explained that insurance increases went up 25%, fuel, parts, manpower. So for that reason, my understanding on purchasing on streets for snow plow removal is that each company looks to what their cost is, and every street is different. We have narrow streets, we have wide streets, we have streets that are level and like straight, and then we have streets with major steep up slopes and inclines, or the other way.
Correct. And
So-
they all need different
And
equipment.
they all need different equipment. So, while this is confusing because one letter states that, they, from our engineer, no, I'm sorry, the prior, Mr. Lepore, that to reject the bids, what people don't realize, and this is why I think it's really important to, like, more information is better, or just to explain to everyone, is that Grabowski was the only bidder because others don't have the manpower or resources to do those certain streets. So if you can just elaborate.
Well, this also is hauling. So if you read the resolution, it said removal and snow hauling. So we're taking the snow out. We're not just plowing it up into the snow banks on these certain locations where Grabowski bid. And as you indicated, he's the responsive bidder. He's it. So it's not like anybody hand selected him, you know, and like people like to think that goes on, but it really doesn't.
Yeah, but it just comes down again to educating the public and letting them know, because, you know, taking first glance at this, I mean, I work in government, so I understand, others may not. And so it's a little confusing. So I think people think that we're going with the highest bidder when we're really not. He's the only bidder.
Right.
For those streets.
And again, this is a contract extension. This
Correct.
isn't a renewal.
Correct.
Or just being put out to bid. So sometimes because it's not new and just a continuation, those assumptions can be made as well.
Correct.
But I was here when we approved it, so I kind of, except for the hauling was the question that I had from the last meeting, because they weren't approved for the hauling, but.
Thank you, Chief.
Go ahead.
Please.
No, go ahead.
Just want to say, and I'll be quick. Wanted to thank Joe Pelos. I had some of the same concerns you guys had. He sat down and took a considerable amount of time to kind of walk me through some of this stuff, and it was certainly an education for me, and so I'm supportive of it too.
Thank you.
And I just want to make this statement because I mean, I don't know what the committee's working on with the sanitation contract, but just in my experiences, you know, going back, dealing with school buses and, you know, with the garbage contracts. And even now we see with the jitney service, you know, they, you know, they had an issue with insurance. So these certain industries and our topography in the township is really, really tough. You know, both chiefs here know with just our municipal vehicles, just with brakes and maintenance and steep slope, even our own vehicles. So we've been saying this through the years. And to your point, Councilwoman, you know, it is a learning process because there's various reasons why we get limited bidders. And mainly in my experience, it's been about who could handle the maintenances and be able to do the jobs, plus all the private communities that we have that they have to service too are challenging. So we have a lot of challenges here.
So I move for the acceptance.
Council President.
Yes.
The town engineer is on the call and would like to speak.
Okay, certainly, please. Zayabeth
Zybeth, can you hear us?
or Ms. Caballo.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. So, Council President, to answer your question, on August 23rd of last year, we bid this project the first time around. We received bids for snow plowing, salting, and removal and hauling services. At that time, Grabowski Construction was awarded the salting, removal, and hauling services. Then, because of the rejection of certain routes, because the prices have gone up, and also because one of the other contractors did not have the proper equipment to do the snow plowing, we rebidded the project. And at that time, when we rebidded it, we only got one bid from Grabowski Construction for the routes that are in 1 through E and D and J. And that
Thank
was
you.
actually on October 4 of last year.
Thank you.
And can I just
Go ahead.
respond to her? And thank you so much. You know, I also spoke to you in the last, right before the last meeting, and you also gave this information. So I want to say thank you for explaining.
And then there was a commentary from one of our speakers this evening, and then there may have also been something that was put in writing. There was a question about the amount of the bids, how we were paying double for the contracted price. So hopefully that question has been answered here this evening. Understand? I'm clear, but I'm just saying, hopefully that information has been communicated this evening, and there is no longer the concern that we're paying double what other contractors have provided us for on a fee basis.
So I don't think we actually directly addressed that, but I do think it's important for him to know we're not actually paying double. Like that's just a misreading of this And I understand where it comes from, but we're not paying double.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I'll move for the passage of 346
I
23.
second it.
Williams.
Okay, so
Okay, Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. 366 23, resolution authorizing the certification of the 2022 annual audit by the governing body. I would like to table this. We do not have the CFO here present to answer questions, and I think this would be appropriate for him to be
I second
present.
that.
Thank you. Mr.
Motion to table.
Yes.
Motion to table, 366. Yep.
Do we know if there's any consequence to not approving now and waiting another 2 weeks? There are some timeframes with regard to it. Okay, well, we'll just, if we don't know, then we're gonna say no.
We don't know or we don't know.
Motion to table is,
That paperwork.
Right, that's
I mean,
it.
they didn't come back with any recommendations, so I don't know.
Well, I have questions, so I'm not comfortable signing off on it until my questions can be answered.
so. Okay, Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes, thank you. The motion passes. 369 23, resolution authorizing the competitive contracting process for a professional and experienced economic development consultant firm to function as the township's economic development consultant. I am in agreement that, I don't know if I pulled this or one of my colleagues pulled this. I'm very concerned about the language, about the proposal, about the requirements. We went from talking about a planner in this body up until, I really want to say, about 2018 or 2019. The planner was explained to us that we have a planner, which was Mr. Greigel and his firm, on a contractual basis, not on a full-time basis. At that point, language changed to start talking about an economic development director within this body. And now we are understanding what the roles and the responsibilities of an economic development planner or consultant or person is. And I think we just need to be mindful not only to the needs of our community, but even if it means utilizing the persons that we already have contracted in a different capacity, I think we just need to really look at what it is this community needs. We need a planner. We need someone with the economic development experience. I just don't want us to get caught up in a title. I want us to get certain about what that role and responsibility is going to be. My recommendation is that we take an opportunity to go through the language and maybe insert what it is that we as the legislative body would like to see. We can certainly do that experience this evening with a light agenda, or if it's your pleasure, we can do it at another time. But certainly, I think that we're all in agreement that the needs are there. The title is not so much an issue for me, but the role and the responsibility and what that person does is strategically important. And there's a lot of missing elements in the description that we have here. Councilwoman.
So thank you, Council President. I want to echo your sentiments, but what's again frustrating for me is that we've echoed this and we've stated this on the dais in the last few consecutive meetings. And I mean, we are the legislative branch. And so I don't know if, Chief, Mr. Smeraldo, or even Mr. Trank, or if you guys are even relaying this information that the feedback that we give to the mayor, because again, to see this for the third time, knowing every other time there is no support from the majority of the council. And now tonight, everyone on the council is it's a little frustrating because it's as if like our voice doesn't matter and you guys and the mayor isn't listening to us. It can't get passed without our consent or approval. And, that's why we've been stating, and all the reasons that you mentioned, Council President, even you, Councilwoman Castellino, our township we're basically a city with 50,000 residents. We should have a full-time planner. I mean, if you want them to have economic development experience, great. You can add it in, the qualifications that you're looking for. But again, like, how do we function and operate as a municipality? It's frustrating, like we are missing key people and personnel roles. And, with all due respect to you, Chief, I disagree with your statements, Councilman Castellino. I have a lot of respect for you. I just don't think that you have the financial background to do the role as the BA. And the BA is the heart and soul of the municipality because they run the day-to-day operations for the mayor, because the mayor is part-time. And you need to have that financial background. And, your response in the last meeting was that Mr. Gross, and I was shocked, which is why I never responded to it, is that Mr. Gross can just handle all those responsibilities when I read them on the record, but he can't. He needs to be, the CFO reports to the BA. There has to be checks and balance. Someone needs
So we're
to
talking
oversee-
about the Economic
I know.
Development Director, so let's stay
Let me just
focused.
finish this one comment and then we'll go back to that and just give you an example of like.
But
how
let's
it's
stay focused on
frustrating.
on this role.
I will. But again, you're asking the CFO to just do it when he needs to be supervised, when he's making unauthorized payments to vendors without contracts. So on that note, a full-time planner is very important for our township, for the success, for the future of West Orange. And unless the mayor can come back, to us, with the resolution for a full-time planner and going to add economic development experience, great. There isn't support.
And I have to agree.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't know how many times I've said it. We need a full-time planner with economic development experience. I've been a consultant. I'm not interested in hiring any consultants. Consultants generally do what you ask them to do. We need a full-time planner who's going to take a strategic approach to this township and be vested in.
Thank you, Councilman.
So this is now 3 years or 3 or 4 years that we funded $150,000 a year for a town planner. Conversation, at least in the 3 years that I've been on the council, has always been around having a full-time planner with economic development experience. And the reason we have some of the outcomes that we have is because we don't have someone who is responsible for those issues town-wide, Monday through Friday and probably some weekends too, someone that we can hold accountable, somebody that is a point person for all of the development in town. And when we compare ourselves to other towns, we wonder why our Main Street or this or that isn't as, done as well as some other towns. It's because we don't have somebody who's responsible for it. We have multiple people that weigh in. We certainly do have a consultant. He's very well respected throughout the state. He has a great reputation, but he is doing whatever he is given to do. So we're not asking to choose the person. It could be whoever it's going to end up being, but the role has to be different than it is currently described in 369. And the last thing I'll say on this is the mayor is aware. She has responded to all of the edits that the Economic Development Committee gave to her with regard to this RFP. And this is a committee, I am the liaison, but I don't pick a single person on that committee. They're all mayor appointees. She chose those people. They are tremendous assets to the township. They provide tremendous feedback and insights. And very little of what we've suggested with regard to this role has been incorporated into 369 as it's currently written. That is a challenge for me. We have advisors to take advice. Sometimes we don't agree. Sometimes you adamantly disagree. But you have advisors because you want to take advice. You don't know everything about every issue. So this is one of those spaces where I would encourage the mayor to take the advice of this council. And while we disagree for different reasons, I know Councilwoman Castellino has her own reasons separate from mine. All of us disagree. And also take the advice of the Economic Development Committee, which spent a considerable amount of time reviewing and editing and marking up the RFP for this role, only to have it be substantially discarded. If you're going to discard it, then you got to give us an explanation. You got to tell us why. Make it make sense for us, because the folks in that room, all of whom care about West Orange, all of whom are residents, many of whom are business owners, all of whom are property owners, We have a diverse set of experience. I think that group certainly deserves to have their comments included. So for that reason and some others, I'm going to vote no, or I'll vote to table it, depends on which way we go.
Thank you. Councilwoman, you have comments?
Yeah, so as far as this, I think we're all in agreement on this particular position. I think there's a communication issue with the mayor. I don't know exactly what, because I had asked her why this was on the agenda, because I was a little bit confused and she thought some of you wanted it. So there's got to be some kind of conversation there. Any case, I informed her I was not one of those. I did originally want it in a different aspect when we were talking about it budget time, and now that moment has passed, so no need to rehash it. My question, in order to move us forward and to try to get us there with what we all want, I mean, are you looking at someone who, when you say planner, will oversee the entire planning department then? Somebody that will
Yes,
oversee.
licensed.
Okay, so somebody that would oversee.
With proper
Like you have to, because I'm trying to picture where you want this person.
So what
on
is
the
proper
organizational.
credentials? Yeah, I was gonna say, but when you
Yeah.
say proper credentials, what does that mean?
Full-time planner.
What is the
Yeah,
credentials
you
for
have
a
to
full-time
Not
planner?
Exact credentials, but there's a criteria for planners.
Okay, well,
I
Mr.
don't know where you-
Greifel has that, but again, what do you
But
want?
I want a full-time person who's accountable.
Right, but we're just trying to get
let's not-
clarity.
I don't want any of these consultants. I want a full-time
So
person.
you want, but we're asking about criteria. Yeah.
Can I ask
So-
the questions? I had the
so-
floor, I had the floor, folks, so, yeah.
Email works for that, though.
So here's where I'm trying to lead you to. So in other words, on the organizational chart, you have the building department and you have the zoning department. They would all report to this person. Is that yes, no?
So I'm not telling the mayor could hire a firm. She does not have to hire an individual and make them an employee.
Okay.
And then on the org chart, that would be a dotted line of some sort. What I think Councilman Scarpa is talking about are whatever the industry accepted credentials are, whatever your state licensing requirements are, she wants someone that has that. And the reason she said that is because she and I had a conversation about one of the recommendations the mayor had earlier this year, which was to have a resident volunteer act in that role. That is completely unacceptable. So
I never heard that, but yeah.
it's in an email. Well, maybe not to you because it may have been to the Economic Development Committee,
Okay.
but that's someone who's not credentialed or
So
who
I
may
don't
have some
agree with that. I don't agree with
experience.
That either.
Yeah. So what we want is someone who works in the space, whether it's a firm or an individual, she can choose what makes sense in her administration, who is going to be held accountable for planning and economic development townwide. Whether if they're an employee or a firm, I'm not wedded to either one. I really don't care, honestly. What I want is the role filled with someone who's going to take a strategic approach to development in town, who's going to do a business inventory so that we can see what we have and what we're missing, who can be real intentional and strategic about how we develop Main Street and not just do one project at a time, understand all of the infrastructure issues that go into making a new Main Street, has relationships at the county and state and the federal level to make sure that we don't miss any grant opportunities, that we're staying ahead of that grant cycle, and that understands that has some experience that will help them understand the unique qualities of West Orange with these two mountains or the rolling hills close to New York City, our lack of a train station and what we already have to address that from a transportation standpoint, and can take all of those pieces and as they are learning the job and getting, as we are moving forward with all of these different projects that we already have in the pipeline, can apply a holistic approach to that. We talked a little bit earlier tonight about the sustainability, and it's coming up as it's the next one that we're going to discuss, the sustainability pledge. We need someone who's going to be responsible for making sure that the items that we agree to are going to be implemented in these various developments. And that's going to require a couple of things, not just telling them to do it, but sometimes it may require helping them do it. We've got to find some ways to alleviate some of the pressure on their budget. We need someone who's knowledgeable about all of those spaces where we can get money to help. So And that's just off the top of my head. All of that was, and more, was included in the feedback the Economic Development Committee came up with and sent to the mayor in our recommendations. And I think if we go that direction, then a lot of the challenges that we have with various developments in town, we won't have anymore.
So I just want, okay, so can we allow Councilwoman?
So I've
Kessler?
almost done my comments. So, and I
Sorry,
appreciate you want to say, no, because those are all great things. And those are all great things that sporadically have been done. I know working with Mr. Greigel, and again, it could be Mr. Greigel, it could be a different firm. There's no tie there.
Well, I do think it has to be someone, I hate to interrupt, but it has to be Mr. Greigel is not leaving. So what the council is not deciding is to end his contract. Whoever it is going to have to work with him in a way that makes sense in the administration.
Well, you need someone, whether it's him or someone else, but again, someone else breaks the chain of being fluid, because I know time and time again, it leaves the planning process with your meeting, and then the project moves forward, and follow-up needs to be done in certain areas, and that's where sometimes checklists don't get met, and things may fall through the cracks. And so that's the part that I personally see needs to be fixed, because I've been on the other end when things do get discovered that X, Y, and Z didn't get done. And this is why we're in a certain situation, whether it's on Main Street, because that's where I've been working, having close focus with. But I appreciate the comments. I'll defer now to my colleague to get her input, and leave the floor, because I appreciate the information. I'm just trying to figure out and make a recommendation how we could get this fixed.
So I would like to recommend that we again go through and add. I realize that's a task on us, but I understand, but you've done it in your committee work. We as the legislative body have the capacity to go through any of these documents, amend and input and insert. And if we are not, we've all said it, this is the third time this has been presented to us. It is not satisfactory to us. My recommendation is that we go through this and either add what we want to add or continue to reject it and just move on.
I would like
So
to.
wait,
Go ahead.
if you don't mind, I'd like to respond to you. So first, I'd like to make a comment before I give you what I believe the planner, whether it's firm or person, has. So with all due respect, for you to sit here and say that the mayor thought this is what we wanted, I think is a very terrible statement for you to make, because you and I even talked about this. You've sat here in these same meetings where we've tabled it, you've said no, and that we want a full-time planner. So that's not an excuse for the mayor. I mean, the administration sits here and should be giving her that feedback. I believe she sat here in meetings where we've made it very vocal, we need a full-time planner. So I don't think, you shouldn't come up with excuses for her, because
I'm not.
Okay,
That was the conversation I had with her.
All right, because, well, for her to think that is ridiculous, considering that we have made it, at least the three of us here, and I'm pretty sure Council President Williams in the last meeting made it very clear that there's no support for an economic developer. It's a full-time planner, and we've been saying it again all year. So for the mayor to say that does she not pay attention to the meetings? Does the administration not give her the
Okay, so let's
feedback?
not go there, and maybe I misunderstood.
Okay, yeah,
We'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. And then in
Okay.
terms of what you think should go into this, either what the firm should be doing under person, Montclair, for an example, this is really a function for the administration, but we can help. And I agree with our
Yes,
council
it is.
president. My advice to them is to look at the other municipalities that have full-time planners and see what they're doing, and kind of pull from there, talk to them, see what their planners, meet with their full-time planners. So Montclair is a planning and community development department, and it is responsible for all matters concerning planning, zoning, redevelopment, and community development for the administration in Montclair. I'll give you an example on a county level. We have there's a division of planning. The division of planning functions include responsibility for long-range planning, which we need, relating to development and conservation of land and resources in the county, but obviously for us in the municipality. And this includes studies, which are important, pertaining to the census, safety, land use, traffic, stormwater, and transportation facilities. So there are so many resources out there. There are other communities, like government entities that have full-time planners. And so I think the administration should go and meet with them and ask for advice and what a township of our size, what is it that, would help us?
I'm going to respectfully disagree. You're again putting an assignment on the administration that the administration has not come forward with the changes that we have requested. We are the legislative body. You just read ordinances from two different governing bodies that specify exactly what you said you're looking for. Amend the ordinance or the resolution that we have in front of us and simply insert the information that we want in the job description or in the resolution. We don't have to continue to take time to beat up the administration to say what they haven't. We're clear. They haven't done it. Let's do it. Let us do the work. So make a recommendation. If that's
I'll make a recommendation. But at the end of the day, I'm not the administrative.
But we
executive
are the
branch.
governing body.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, they have to come to us with the specifics, and that's not our function. We could say
Not
this is
our
what we're
job.
looking for.
We have-
And we need, I think it's important, this is how government works together, right? Throughout the different entities in government. It makes sense for them to reach out and see what should be put in the actual RFP. We can say this, I can go ahead and make an amendment now, but at the end of the day, they're not gonna come to us with the specifications. It has to be more detailed.
Yeah, I'd like to
just
see
this.
it.
The
So,
RFP was the RFP. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, Council President, I understand your position. I think, we have a shot at actually getting out at a reasonable time tonight.
Yes.
But this has been going on for some time.
Yes.
Like, we sent our edits to the mayor in March or April of this year.
Just clarify we for me.
We is the Economic Development Committee.
Okay.
That is quite a long time ago. But here's the real issue. The three of us have been on this council together. I know you've been on longer, Councilwoman Castellino, but the three of us have been on it together now for 3 years, and we've discussed this every single year under two different mayors. We've been told it was going to be done, and it's not being done. At some point, we've got to get it done. And I think this is that point, and it's getting to a point where it's going to create an adverse position with me with votes if we can't get something basic done. Like, this is not hard. This we've got to get done now. We've got issues at West Orange Plaza. We've got Essex Green. We've got Mayfair Farms. We've got two major Crestmont and Rock Spring that need to be conserved. We've got Main Street. I mean, we've got Pleasantdale. We've got this corridor right here on Northfield Avenue in South Valley. We've got the other side of South Valley, which I'm grateful the chief and the administration is addressing the traffic issues over there. But all of these things need to be considered and literally placed in somebody's lap so that they are responsible and accountable for all of these things. It's not a secret. Let's just get it done. So I think we're clear tonight. I think you've made yourself very clear, Council President, Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Gemma Scarpa.
I do, it's one thing I want to add.
I think we should be able to expect that this will be done better before it gets represented.
So one additional recommendation, again, if we're not going to take our time.
No, I'm not
to do it this evening, which is, in my opinion, our full responsibility when we've been given something to make amendments. If we're not going to do that, then if you see pieces from, and I respect the fact that the committee has done that, and I don't know what the committee presented because I have not seen the recommendations that were forwarded to the mayor. But if you could share that with us, and if we could take an opportunity to say, we want this inserted as a job description, do that. What I'm frustrated with is that we keep saying what we want, but we're not telling them. And
I think we
Well,
did
let's-
tell them.
let's-
And then I think we'll come back
See what I was
and
thinking.
put that in there.
Why doesn't the mayor or Councilman Rutherford route us what the economic development group did. I mean, I've been sitting in on most of those meetings, and those people are professionals. Their time is valuable. They must be so disgusted that all the work that they did has been ignored.
We don't know
And the
that.
very least that we can do is look at it.
They enunciated that at
They
the last
feel
meeting.
that
Like,
way. And I've been
Not
going
as
over
quite
it.
as the same
I'm being
level of
very blunt.
intensity, but.
I agree. And again, yes, we're all frustrated. Can we allow Chief, we've heard it. Can we allow Chief to respond?
Get that document so we have a
I've
starting.
already
point.
asked, I've already
Yeah,
asked
and I'm
Councilman
talking, so
Rutherford to
please don't
send it to
interrupt.
us.
But we want to start with that because we're not professional planners and we don't know what should be in it. And we have all these professionals and the resources who have already done the work. And for us to sit here doing workshops is ridiculous.
Well, that's our job. That's our job. So if you think part of our role and responsibility, which means figuring it out by doing workshops, is ridiculous, then we have something to start with.
No, this is not
Chief,
something.
would you please?
So
This
the
is
mayor,
nonsense.
the mayor specifically asked that both Ron Raymond and Ron Charles's comments be placed in that RFP, which I believe, I'm told they are. Mr. Gross was involved with drafting it, kind of predates me because it goes all the way back to July and it was modified to reflect those comments as well. Again, this has come up before. You're only passing a resolution to utilize competitive contracting tonight. The RFP can be tweaked after the fact if you don't want to sit here and do it tonight. If you want to sit here and do it tonight, well, sit here and do it tonight. But we can do that. The mayor is not giving me any instructions that she will not include things that you're looking for. Respectfully, Councilwoman Scarpa wants a full-time planner and maybe perhaps others do. Mr. Rutherford is okay if it's a firm. That's not a full-time employee. That's a firm. So we're getting mixed messages. If you sit here tonight and hash it out, make lines, make edits to the RFP, we'll put the RFP together, get it to you to look at. Just approve the competitive contracting. We'll send the RFP out till everybody looks at it and has some level of comfort with it.
Chief, I hear you and I respect what you're saying, but I can't approve an RFP without actually seeing it and what the qualifications.
You didn't get a copy of it?
RFP.
Should be in your packet.
No, we didn't get it.
Yeah, we didn't get it. It was emailed. It was emailed.
I didn't see it then. Okay. Well,
I didn't see it.
And it wasn't, and to be honest, when I went on the website and I'm on it now under the agenda, it's not attached to it.
Yeah, I
So
didn't get it either.
there is no, we never got it. So I'm gonna take
So
the
why don't we
council
table it
president's
then?
suggestion.
Yeah, let's take.
And if we can schedule a workshop to discuss this, because I think this is important, and then that way we can all do our research and come back. But I'm gonna mention the same things that I already read on the record tonight from the different planning entities.
Which makes sense.
And then we should all do our due diligence as well as administration, and we all come together to.
So is there
So
a
if it wasn't
second to the
emailed to
record?
everybody and everybody didn't see it, that clears in my head or clarifies a little bit as to why everybody's kind of
Yeah.
going in the direction. Because it opens up saying that this person should be a planner. And then it goes into that they can have all these, and that's the whole point of competitive contracting is that it allows you to cast a wider net, see who's out there.
So.
But it starts out saying that, you know, a person should be a planner and or this, that. They could maybe, if they don't have a certification in planning, they can substitute it with different, you know,
Yeah.
skill levels and skill sets.
But I think the title is important and it needs to be a planner. So I
That's
think,
fair enough.
can we schedule a workshop now and look at our dates, see when we're available, and then can we vote this down because there's no support for this?
Well, I would table this and get that,
Get
I'd like
more
to see that
information.
email, because if that email does have everything that they're saying, that may be helpful.
But
So,
in the
I
event that,
can't, I'm sorry.
sorry, because our next council meeting isn't until like the very end of November.
21st.
Yes, which I'm gonna bring up in new business if we can move that to the week before, so it's not during Thanksgiving weekend
I would
for
support that, 'cause
yeah,
it's my
the
husband's
14th.
But that's the lead.
But anyway, that's
I'm going
That's
to
the
the
week of the
league.
league.
I'm
Yeah.
going to the league that week, so
That
I won't be
Tuesday,
available.
sir?
Yes, it
Okay.
does. I have
then
activities.
maybe the first week. Anyway, we'll discuss that in new business, but I think that we should just schedule a date while we're all here and pull out calendars, and then if it doesn't happen, then we just cancel it, but at least we'll have a date instead of having to wait till the end of November.
So can you pass the resolution to utilize competitive contracting with the stipulation that the RFP won't go out until
It's approved by the council.
Well, so that was a challenge for me, yeah. So what I enunciated this, I believe to Mr. Gross, maybe to you as well, Chief, but also to the mayor. my concern about allowing the competitive contracting process without knowing what the RFP is. So we don't have to approve RFPs. Once we approve the process, that RFP can go out, whether we like it or not. That's not.
But that's
we
not
can't
gonna
say.
happen. I mean,
It may not, but I'd rather be sure. So that's
then-
my hesitancy.
So is there a motion to table until we can come back?
Last comment before we do that. I just sent to the five of us or whoever's on the council email, my edits. I can't send the other ones because they're in my Outlook and I can't get in my Outlook. But as soon as I can, I'll send those to you too, because it was not just Ron Raymond and Ron Charles. It was also Ron Weston and a couple others from the group, in addition to myself, that had a commentary. So
I have
that's
a comment though, real quick. If for whenever we do schedule this workshop, can you email maybe this week to us what the qualifications were for when Susan Borg was the full-time planner? Maybe we can start there and then expand from there, because we used to have someone. I'm just saying, I mean, I'm sure. It's okay, well, whenever, before we actually meet. And then I don't want to table this because I don't like the lingo in it. I'd rather just vote this down and say no to this, and then let's
good
do
with
the
that. I'll
work
second
and then have the proper.
Motion, please, motion.
No, I'm just I'm
Motion,
explaining.
just motion.
Oh, my God, I would like to make a motion
Second.
to vote, to call the vote, to vote this down. Okay.
I'll second.
If we're gonna make a motion, we just vote it down.
Yeah, let's vote it.
Yeah.
Call the vote. We'll
Just
vote.
call the vote, and then we can set a date for a workshop. Thank you, Mr.
Under
Chair.
new business.
Call the vote, please.
the motion is, again, can you just give me the motion?
Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
The motion's been made by Councilwoman Deborah
Call the
Michael
vote.
to call the
Gotcha.
vote,
Okay,
and it's been seconded by me.
got it.
Oh, I thought I said.
Or
Okay, Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Councilman Rutherford,
No.
Councilwoman Deborah Michael.
No.
Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Council President Williams.
no. Thank you. The motion fails. We're gonna move on to resolution establishing a land use pledge committing to good, planned and thoughtful land use decisions with the intent of making the township of West Orange a sustainable community. My colleagues, you pulled this resolution. If you will please proceed with your rationale.
Yes, so, I think I made myself very clear during public comment but for those who are joining us now virtually, I will reiterate what I mentioned. So, okay. Give me one moment. So I agree with all the comments during public comment. With all due respect, again, this resolution is fluff. It's a great template, but it does not enact anything. So I am going to vote no on this until we have a full-time planner with economic development experience. I do believe this would be worth supporting if we had a planner who can then come to us with concrete initiatives and projects. So with that, I am going to vote no. I support the concept on a whole, but there's just no finish line with this.
Is it for a grant? Because usually these type of fluff pieces are for a grant.
Councilwoman, if I may, Council President.
Sure.
The mayor, she just wants to put this in for the purpose of recertifying the position of the townships, because having this resolution passed helps us support us to go for grants in the future based on the land use. So that's the whole purpose of this tonight. It's
So
not,
is this required by Sustainable New Jersey?
I believe
Or
it
is
does.
encouraged by Sustainable New Jersey?
I believe it is a requirement,
Could
but
you
I.
show me supporting document and we'll table it to the next meeting then?
Yeah.
Well, let's not table it to the next meeting because that we may need to have, so I would, before we table, please, I would like to explain if, that's why I asked the question, is this a Sustainable New Jersey requirement?
And
If
that's why I
this
just
is-
asked him to
if
see if
this
he can
is a re-
confirm that for us now.
Yes, and if
Yes.
this is, we cannot table
I
because we have a
understand that.
deadline.
I get it. That's why I
that.
just said, would
Right.
you please find out?
So if we can get the mayor on the line, perhaps to
Yes, he
find
wasn't
out
sure.
if there is a deadline for this resolution to be submitted to Sustainable New Jersey. Because we have our grant, we have our certification for New Jersey, Sustainable New Jersey. It has a deadline and that deadline has already been extended.
Mr. Trink, are you able to get that information?
No, I don't know anything about it. It came through.
All right, so,
Go to the next one and
yeah,
wait?
we'll go to the next
Yeah.
one and we'll just,
I've reached out to her.
all right, no problem. And so we'll go ahead And
370.
373-23, resolution authorizing execution of a professional services agreement with Fairview Insurance Associates Incorporated, 25 Fairview Avenue, Verona, New Jersey, 07044 for insurance broker services. And just for the public's edification, the documents were sent to us in a link. They were unable to be emailed to us so that we could review all of the professional services contracts and what came in. So I apologize that information, I think according to my colleagues, that information is not on the municipal website under the agenda with the documents. So again, what's your pleasure? We've had the opportunity, we know, and we're the governing body. It's your
Can I ask a
pleasure.
question?
Certainly.
So I want the administration to explain, because it was under my understanding that there was an employee committee that determined this.
Correct.
So what was, who was on it and what was the
Well,
process?
This is competitive contracting, like you talked about, this council authorized it. So, the report was put on the website as is consistent with so it's clear, the actual scoring and whatnot pursuant to an Oprah decision by the appellate division, I believe in June, that agent and I talked about, is not to be disclosed to the public. You have a right to see it, obviously, and I think that the purchasing agent did email it in that link to each of you, but that the votes or how they scored it is the only aspect, because the actual proposals are subject to Oprah. But it's the scoring by this committee, by the individual members, that's not to be made public.
So I have several questions. Are you done or you still have more?
Well, I just want to, because the point being, I don't believe the mayor was on, right? The mayor, you could tell me that, right? The mayor wasn't on the
Well, I
committee.
can tell you
Yeah.
the names of the
Yeah.
people, it's
Yeah.
in your email.
It's in here.
Yeah.
It's in there, but the mayor was
You
not.
mentioned everyone.
No, I know, but I just wanted them to.
Yeah.
To make that, so the public knew that.
You have some questions,
So yeah,
Councilwoman?
so I have several questions. The first being is, we often on the council bring up resolutions, being vague and not written well. And this is one of them, because the general public, it just states like the 5 submissions. And I think we've mentioned already tonight that, the public should have been privy to the information that we received in the link, for more transparency. We do it for most resolutions when we go out to bid. Like for example, with the whole Grabowski and the previous bid with the 2 other companies, we list who bids and what the cost is. And we didn't do that here. We didn't even name the companies. 5 companies submitted proposals, Alamo Insurance Group, Brown & Brown Metro LLC, obviously Fairview Insurance Agency Associates, Strategic Insurance Partners, and Acrisure. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And all of us here have a due diligence to make sure that we vote for the lowest bidder and whoever's going to save us the most money, right? Considering
Competitive contracting is not, as you know, about the lowest bidder. It's about price and other factors. That's
Okay.
clearly under the local public contracts law. So
Yes.
keep in mind, in a situation like this, these are commissions that the brokers get.
got it. So correct, but I felt like all that information should have been listed here on the resolution. It wasn't. So I think that people want to know, like, what is the cost of the municipality? What is the grading of the where's the grading? The public wants to see it. And then
Well, again,
I know, hold on. And then now be it hereby resolved, it states that the mayor's signature for a term of 2 years with the option to extend for 1 additional year. But what is the pricing for that 30 years? The same stipulations as what we're, approving? Because again, it's not in, I know, but again, it's not in the resolution, and some of our other resolutions that we've approved with
More descriptive.
are more descriptive and state that it's going to be the same terms or same pricing, let's say for an example, as
The previous
the
year.
previous year, exactly, and that's not in here. We received so many documents, and one of the documents is an email sent by a lawyer law firm, objection to West Orange's bid for insurance broker services. So I was kind of confused when I read this, because it's saying that this office represents, I have to take my glasses to see, Fairview Insurance Agency Associates. Please accept this as a formal objection of West Orange's bid for insurance broker services due on September 13, 2023. The facts are as follows. Fairview Insurance has a valid 3-year risk management consultant agreement that was executed by the West Orange Business Administrator, John Gross, on December 20, 2022. So if that's 3 years, shouldn't we go out to bid next year? I'm just trying to have an understanding. It says the agreement was entered into after my client bid on providing health benefits and risk management services to West Orange. The overall goal of public bidding statutes is to guard against favoritism, improvidence, extravagance, and corruption, et cetera. And they cite case law. Just help me understand, why are we going out to bid now if Fairview currently has a 3-year agreement with us and it's not even up until next year, 2025? I'm just very confused.
Okay, so again, these are matters of potential litigation. So again, I would only encourage you in the future. I know how busy everyone is. The reason we give you everything is we'd love to answer the questions. And the problem with potential litigation is to discuss it in public could prejudice the township's rights. So again, just to try to give you the history of this is either the second or third time I believe this bid went out. What you're referencing is Mr. Aloya, with regard to an earlier bid, had challenged whether it should have gone out. And that's why then the decision was made to rebid, and that's what this is. So what happened is,
Speak into your mic, sorry, just so everyone
so
can
again,
bring it close.
sure, no problem.
Mhm.
What Mr. Gross had clarified in looking through the past one is that what you did is you approved the JIF. The JIF was and again, Mr. Smiraldo and Mr. Abbott can clarify any of this that they were involved in. My understanding is that at the end of last year, the last council approved the renewal of the JIF. When they did, part of the papers, so the JIF was bid.
Okay.
And or
Not health services. I just want to understand as you're speaking, because in here it says it was bid on health insurance and the risk
So
management.
again, there's two
I'm just
different.
confused. Yeah.
It is.
Can we go into executive session maybe next week? Can we vote on that now if you don't want to talk about this here, because
Sure, we can
I
talk
think,
about it. We can put an executive session on for next meeting.
okay,
That's fine.
or maybe before the
Well, let
next
him
meeting.
finish explaining right now. We may
Okay.
not need to.
Okay.
Okay.
So again, you were clarifying it correctly, that there's two different contracts. One is the JIF.
Mhm.
The JIF was approved and it's a 3-year, and that's in place, and the JIF is the Garden State JIF. So when that was done, the paperwork that was executed said that Fairview was the broker record. Broker record is different. But that had not gone out in a formal bid. So that went out a couple of times this year. And specifically, okay, this bid round. So again, it says right in the resolution that on January 10th of this year, you approved competitive contracting by the adoption of resolution 20-2023. It went out, and then there was the issue, and there was another objection by Mr. Aloya. And as a result of that, it was determined, let's go out one more, let's get it right. And that's why this process ensued. And the committee got everything, looked at it, obviously with 5 or 6 submissions, there's obviously competitive action or whatever. So at the end of the day, determined, so that's basically the bottom line. So while Mr. Aloya submitted a bid, what's called a bid spec objection, and the bottom line is it's moved. Because if this resolution is adopted, if you don't adopt it under the local public contracts law, he would have a right to challenge the award. So it'll be moot if this resolution is adopted, because Fairview gets it. But that is a placeholder that you're referring to his letter.
Okay, thank you for, I guess, clarifying. Anyone
Any
else?
other comments?
I just want to put on the record, my objections also include objections with regard to that price and other factors that you consider with competitive contracting. It's the other factors that are an issue for me. I don't like the way that they meddled in local politics in West Orange. I've voted against this firm now twice, actually 3 times. just unsuccessfully, they've been able to maintain. And I will vote against them again. I think if we're going to be serious about good government and how we're going to do business as a township, we should not have folks meddling in local politics, trying to elect people who are going to give them a no bid contract. This is not the first time I've said it. And if they're presented again, it won't be the last. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else for comment?
I just want to say that I agree with basically what Councilman Rutherford has said. And
Thank you.
I'm voting no as well.
I'd like
Alrighty.
to make a motion to table this until the general public gets the same information that we have, minus the legal issues. And hopefully we can put all that information online tomorrow so residents can have access to it, because it is a lot of documents to look through, and we have an obligation to be transparent, because there's no information for residents, and I can't support this without giving access.
So non-table motion, is there a second?
There hasn't been a second to move to table.
Then someone can call the vote.
I'll call the vote.
Well, it's a motion to accept, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
the motion to approve the resolution.
Williams, and second was,
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be seconded, it's on the agenda. But you can.
just
okay, Councilwoman Scarborough,
No.
Councilman Rutherford, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes, because I'm comfortable with the committee.
Council President Williams.
I'm gonna abstain. So the motion does not pass.
Carry.
Second reading, first reading, sorry.
I have information on resolution 370. We have additional information. We go back to that.
Oh, that's right, sorry.
371,
Land
this is
use.
regarding the land use.
That's so many from my notes. Okay, so this was originally passed by this council, by the council back in 2007. It gets extended every year through Sustainable New Jersey. Apparently earlier this year, we placed this on the agenda and it was not, it was a blanket kind of resolution. So the mayor went back and added more based on what Sustainable New Jersey requires in order for us to get more grants and get more and get more points to be eligible for grants. So this was actually due October 2nd. Sustainable New Jersey actually granted the township an extension in order to get these points. And if we don't, if this doesn't pass tonight, then we're not going to be eligible for these extra points.
Right, and if I can add, we actually had one of the board members come and do a presentation for Sustainable New Jersey. And she indicated that we were at risk at that time, even of not getting all of our documentation. There were some things that were happening in the town that we weren't getting credit for. So again, as I indicated, I knew that there was a deadline and that there has been an extension. And I don't know what the volume of grants are that we received from Sustainable New Jersey, but I know it is substantial. Therefore, I'm going to recommend that we pass this resolution so that we are not disqualified from grant opportunities.
Well,
So I
that-
move to.
That I agree with you. I just, again, made the commentary that I did because this resolution, again, is vague. I wish we were told this, or I wish there, it's all this information has in here, whereas now therefore, it should have been in here that we needed this for the grant and that, there's a deadline and we're past it. But again, because it wasn't in there, we didn't know.
This was added actually because the first one was so blanket that these were added. This is language that was received from Sustainable New
Yeah.
Jersey. So sometimes when we.
understand.
Did
So.
we
I
pass it?
understand, but it's
Didn't
not in.
We pulled
No,
it,
we
We
pulled
pulled
it.
and then we pulled it, but didn't it come back on and didn't we pass it?
No. This is a brand new one to come on with the number.
Again, it would
The
have
other
been
thing
nice
is
to
you
know.
can start-
this is
And
what-
then they sent it back to us.
No, that was a
Called
different,
For-
that was
for
a different.
detail.
And the West Orange, just so you know, the West Orange Environmental Commission is also meeting tomorrow at 7 p.m. So if you want to.
Well, I can't get
I'm sure for the passage of this, I move for the,
Second. I
okay, thank you.
Second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. The vote,
So vote.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
yes, thank you. The motion carries. Ordinances on second and final reading, none. Ordinances on first reading, 2824-23. An ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-32.1, handicap parking on streets, and subsection 7-32.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, 116 Watchung Avenue, 46 Watson Avenue, 26 Nutman Place. I move for the introduction on first reading. Thank you. Commissioner Siraldo?
Yep. Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
and Council President Williams.
Yes, the motion passes. 2825-23, ordinance of the Township of West Orange in the County of Essex, State of New Jersey, providing for a special emergency appropriation and in the amount not to exceed $1.5 million to fund contractually required severance liability resulting from the retirement of employees in the township. I have a question. I know we are not to entertain a negative motion. The motion should be stated in a positive manner. However, if we have to introduce this on first reading or we do not, can you procedurally? I mean, it's not gonna, we've already expressed that we need more information for us to pass this. So I want to understand what's the procedurally correct way to either table this on first reading or what would we do?
So pass it on first reading, then we can just.
Gotta vote it
Put it in advance or put it on for next.
So I want to table this.
Mr. Gross did say that he will it takes two readings because it's an ordinance and he will have the names for the second reading.
I'm not comfortable. 2825-23. I'm not comfortable. Period.
So one,
First reading.
Questions too.
yeah, I would like to just add to the conversation that we have to pass a capital budget. The ask is an additional 11 million. We've already done 6, so that's a total of 17. I'm uncomfortable adding another 1.5 million to that until we know where we are with the capital budget. We should have been done with it by now. We could be done with it soon. So that is a part of my hesitancy in addition to the transparency issues and making sure we're in compliance with the Christie era changes.
Thank you.
So also, I asked the question specifically, and if I understood Mr. Gross correctly, and I have every reason to believe I did, that 1.5 million are actual liabilities for people who are retiring. So
That's not,
people like mentioned me and my papers aren't in. I'm not retiring. So these people, most employees leave February 1st. These, from my understanding, and Mr. Gross can clear that up, but is that these are actual retirements that will be paid out.
Okay.
So.
So we'll just table this until we have more
But I have
information.
questions in the meantime, and I'd like to state it now on the record. I don't want to wait. So something that I'm concerned about is something that Ms. Bennett mentioned, and Ms. Bennett, thank you for your advocacy and educating us about the violation West Orange Township received in 2010. I mean, 07 and 2010. I wasn't aware of this. So I look forward to reading your email, but I want to know why we were non-compliant and why we haven't submitted a corrective action plan. And something else is for next week, if Mr. Gross can include who we're projecting is going to retire and get us a list. Who's put in the paperwork. Can he provide us an accounting of sick and vacation days? And are we contractually obligated to pay these dates at once, or is it over time? Have we negotiated with these employees? Is there another approach for paying for this?
So
Like, wait, hold
I
on.
can answer that right away.
Okay.
It's a 5-year bond, so the town doesn't really care if the employee takes it all at once and takes the bigger tax hit, or the employee takes it over 5 years.
Okay.
It's irrelevant.
Okay. I was gonna
it's
get-
election.
That's their election.
Yes.
That's their election for
Yeah, so
that's
they
their
choose.
specific
It's at the employee's
discretion.
choice, yeah.
Yes.
Got it.
In addition, I just want to remind you, Councilwoman, you have a tremendous amount of questions. I have some of those exact same questions, but I'm going to ask you to put them in writing to the administration so that we do get those answers. The other question that I have is,
Can I respond to your comment about putting it in writing?
yeah,
With all due respect, I feel like the administration is here. We have, hold on, let me respond. We have our assistant BA here, and
Our practice has been when we make
Yeah.
requests behind this dais to put them in an email to the administration. It gives a paper trail and accountability. There's no misunderstanding about what your request is. We get the answer that you specifically are addressing.
I will send an email.
Thank you. In addition to that, my question, and I will absolutely put this in writing, is when we did the severance bond for 2022, how many of those people actually retired? So I want to make sure if whatever we agreed to, that all that money was used for that purpose specifically.
Well, bonded money can only be moved to a different area with the council's consent.
Right, but I want to know that
Right.
that is
So it may-
absolutely what
So it may
happened.
not have all, somebody changed their mind and didn't retire.
Then what happened to those funds?
So he only, the way he explained it to me, because we asked this question last year too, the way he explained it to me is we approve the maximum exposure that we have. And then whatever we actually have is what we go out and bond for. He doesn't want
That's
to,
what I understand.
yeah.
I want to know that, and I want confirmation of that. That's
I
why,
mean, he told us that last year.
well,
And
okay.
That's why it's, the wording is not to exceed.
Okay.
All
All right, so we've tabled this.
If the employee doesn't retire, then it rolls over. We still have the exposure if they didn't use their time. So we have to, we have to
So,
account for it.
And
So,
just to
we'll get you those-
clarify,
We'll get you those answers.
Okay, thank you.
just to clarify, because I said like, I'm not in, so I presumably I am in that 1.5 million number, but we're not gonna bond 1.5 million. because
Understood,
people-
understood, but we still, this,
John has the names. The notes.
I know, but I'm just saying, y'all, we shouldn't even be having this discussion, quite frankly. We really shouldn't. This should have been provided to us. This is.
I mean, I personally don't see what the issue is, but that if you want the names, we'll give you the names.
We
I
do.
mean,
Well, we get
Contractual liability, is
we
contractual
get them
liability.
every year. We get them every year.
That's fine.
All right.
So Council President, this is a motion to table the ordinance.
This is a motion to table. I think I had a
You-
second.
Yes,
Okay,
Okay.
it's a motion to table. Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yeah, but it's okay.
So what are we gonna do?
Just, we're in table.
motion to
Yeah.
table.
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Pending matters,
Order, Council President.
certainly.
For ordinances, we don't really have to table them, we just don't introduce. And yeah, but that, just wanted to make sure we're aware of that. We don't have to introduce and then we don't need to do the vote for the table.
Thank you. Pending matters, new matters, council discussion. I have a recommendation. And I would like to create a committee to do a capital analysis. The purpose of this capital analysis committee would be to look at all of our capital improvements that have been done over the past few years. We can certainly determine if we want to do a 5-year look back or longer. Look at the capital improvements that need to be done and actually appoint a committee so that we can prioritize those. It's a exercise that have been done in other communities. The people who join those committees are members of the council, members of the library board, as well as members from the Board of Ed. The creation of the Capital Planning Committee is to provide a place where all 3 of those bodies in town can discuss capital planning, make recommendations regarding annual capital spending, and make recommendations regarding the long-term capital improvement plans. The Board of Ed just completed and published its 5-year projections with an emphasis for understanding where they are and where they're projected to be as far as enrollment. Unfortunately, behind this dais, we've made some commentary about how overcrowded the schools are. And their analysis and report indicates that there may be some overcrowding in 2 schools in particular, but overall that there is not a need or the overcrowding as we have indicated at our schools. There's a lot of additional information, so I hope my colleagues have taken an opportunity to really break that down and review it. It's my understanding that once you get to the middle toward the end is where it really starts giving you the projections. But I'd like to create this capital planning committee again, so that we have an opportunity to receive input from residents and craft a plan that allows for complete transparency to prioritize the needs of our community.
I second that.
So I respectfully disagree with that. We have directors. We have our own, and sitting on both boards. I come from the school board side and the township side. And part of that is our job. Part of that is our director's job. And can we do a better job of communicating? Like, look at us now. We're not even there with the capital budget. I think having another community committee will slow things down even more so. I think we need to be a bit more respectful to our directors when they're trying to give us information and come to our budget hearings and trying to explain their needs for their departments. And yes, we listen to the community's needs, but I'm going to be example with this on the school board side. They're implementing a full-time preschool program. That's, obviously members of the community are for that. Senior citizens aren't. I mean, again, these are great exercises and, but yeah, I just don't see the need.
Councilwoman Castellino,
So
thank you, but Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
I want to echo the council president's sentiments. I respectfully disagree
That's fine.
with what you said tonight, Councilwoman Castellino. I think it's important to engage the community because they live here and there's a huge voice out there, and to have people that on there to voice their opinions is important. Just like, we work with members of our community for the ban on gas leaf blowers, right? Just like we work with members of the community on the tree ordinance. I'm just giving an example. Stuff like this, when we're spending lots of money and we're making improvements throughout the community, I think it's important to engage and get their feedback and see, what else is needed and to hear their voices. So with that, I made a motion, the councilwoman said her piece and I seconded it. So
Well,
after
let's
hearing
see
the rest of
what
the
our
colleagues, I
colleagues
hope
have to
that,
say.
we can call the
But you always have to get a good sample of the community and leaf blowers, for example. Phone rings off the hook for me that, grateful that we didn't pass that yet. And
I hear that, but I get the opposite, right? I get people who are
exactly,
yes, so
exactly.
This
So
is why
you're
this
not,
committee is important, so we can get.
well, you got to
multiple
make
voices.
sure you have to get both
Well,
sides
make
of
sure
the
you
ship.
appoint someone that will.
Okay.
We all have that responsibility.
Councilman, your comments, please.
So I am, as a general matter, in favor of more community involvement in this particular case, because we are so late. If we were dealing with the capital budget in June or July, then let's have at it, right? But essentially, for all intents and purposes, it is now November. I'm not trying to disparage anybody about how we got to November and still haven't done the capital budget, so I won't. But we are in November essentially for all intents and purposes, because our next meeting isn't until November. And then we only have one in December also, I believe, right? We only have one in December. I don't know that we have the time to get a group together that can meet, do the work and get it back to us before we have to act. I think the library is already reporting to us as a part of the normal budgetary process. We really can't plan for the Board of Ed from a capital standpoint. I know we do their bonding, but they're gonna prioritize their capital needs. We have, and rightfully so, we have no influence over that, with the exception of we actually go out to the market and give them the administration authority to bond. So in general, I think that's a good idea. If we can get our capital budget introduced at a decent time next year, then I think that'd be a great idea. But because we have such limited time now, I think introducing that will gum up the works and make it less likely that we'll even pass a capital budget even in our December meeting. And how many meetings do we need to pass the capital budget? We have to introduce, we have to vote to introduce, and we have to vote to approve, right?
So we have 2 meetings left.
So we're right there, like we have nothing. So for those reasons, I am hesitant to do it. but I'm interested in how my colleagues
So
feel.
if I want to respond, because it's my recommendation, so I was not necessarily indicating that this do anything for this year's capital budget. We're in the midst of throes of that right now. However, for future and forward planning, I think it's imperative. The Board of Ed, we hear all the time when we talk about new development, how is this going to impact the schools? How is new development, continued development going to impact our schools? In talking with our Board of Ed members as well as our superintendent, that's the missing link.
But that wouldn't be addressed in a capital campaign. That wouldn't be addressed in
This is just a conversation to connect all those dots. Doesn't necessarily mean with any of our committees. Most of our committees are advisory committees. They have no real functionality. They can't implore us to do anything. The purpose of this for me is informational. We've never had an opportunity to bring all these entities together in a room where everybody is on one accord. So if we can start again thinking, not for this budget, we're in November, as you have already indicated, but if we start thinking ahead, we're talking about a planner, we're talking about making sure we have economic development. This is just forward thinking. This is just getting the people in the room so that they can have mutual conversations and figure out what might be next and prioritize.
With all due respect, Council President, that kind of a so the examples that you just gave us, those are not, development is not going to be addressed in our capital budget. The impact on schools from development is not going to be addressed in our capital budget.
No.
Our capital budget is parks and roads and all of these other major equipment that we have to purchase for police and fire and DPW. And those things, the Board of Ed has no say-so over, and rightfully so. And then they have their own that we have no say-so over, unless we want to move to a different form of government where we have an appointed Board of Ed and the mayor has full control over the Board of Ed. That's a different thing, but that's not what we have here. And that's not what the residents of West Orange have voted for in West Orange. They want an elected board that is a separate governing body from the township council and the administration. So, you know, I don't have any problem having residents that are interested and involved and have some experience reviewing the capital budget and making recommendations to us and the mayor. I don't have any pushback on that at all. I think that's a great opportunity that you are now providing for folks that have not had that opportunity before. I don't think the Board of Ed or the library need to participate in a formal role, and we definitely can't do it this year.
My concerns are twofold. Some have to do with what Councilman Rutherford is talking about, just the amount of time it would take. And I think we need to maintain, a little more control over it. But the second is that these boards that we put together, for example, the Citizens Budget Advisory Board, none of those people even came. They didn't sit here. Todd DeBovie, my appointment, was the only one who came. He was the only one who sat here through any of the meetings and took a serious look at it. So I'm not comfortable, just having a lot of different people who maybe don't have the expertise or who are not really committed working on something as important as the capital budget.
So it's interesting because this is a different message that we're discussing, because we always talk about community involvement and engaging and how many professionals that we don't know in the community. And this is certainly an exercise in how you can get qualified people from the community with credentials, because certainly we don't just appoint people to boards or commissions that don't have appropriate credentials. So to me, again, it's just interesting that the pushback is simply that we don't want to get unqualified people. We would absolutely find persons that were qualified. And we also talk about with our volunteer organizations and groups, just taking a much more holistic approach. So again, it's just interesting to me that this would be something that would not be supported, because this is certainly the type of community engagement that we need.
So I agree with you, Council President. I think that there's still quite a few things that are pressing matters for that we need to discuss to vote for to get on to the next agenda. So I mean, I second it's been properly I guess.
It's been
motion.
probably
So
moved and
we can
seconded,
Call the
so.
vote and move forward from this to.
I have something else to say though.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, wearing both hats and seeing how both budgets operate and work and working with department heads. We have multiple qualified, great people in the community.
Mhm.
And they're gonna come back with great input. At the end of the day, each director has a strategic plan for their particular departments. Yes, do we know if I need turf field on St. Cloud? Absolutely, absolutely. That'd be a great resource. That's wonderful. Well, how's that getting done? Like the directors, like, I feel that we don't respect what our directors are telling us, where we need to go, and it takes a lot of research time. These committees require our personnel, who I just had tried to explain to you guys in the beginning of the meeting earlier, is that everybody's run on fumes in this building. Same thing with the school board, I'm sure. They're much better staffed than we are. Definitely. I could tell you right now, a lot of layers of administration there. And it's a great idea. What I do recommend that you could do to get that kind of input without, and it will be cumbersome too, is I would survey the entire community. Now, Downtown Alliance, we're going to be moving forward with our strategic plan, which will require a survey to the community, like we did with the senior citizen survey, to get that. And that's where you get people to respond. I could tell you right now, I'll send a survey out. We need better parking in downtown. We know what we need. We need money to get it. That's our biggest problem. We need funding as far as the developments. Yeah, are you going to tell the developer, no, we don't want your apartment building. We'd rather have this, they're going to tell us what they want to build here. So that's why we have our planning boards and our zoning boards and everything else. So I commend you for what you're trying to do and get the community input. I know next year is a big election year too, and people are going to want to be given a lot more input. But at the end of the day, we are stressing our staffing, and these committees that we're all creating is making more work for staff. And we're never going to get the things done that we ask at this meeting for this committee. And now you're going to burden them with more work.
Can we call?
I
the
would just
vote
be cautious about it.
So we can discuss other things that are more pressing that have to go on the agenda next month.
Sure.
So this was a recommendation from me.
Oh, I second it, 'cause I like the recommendation.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we don't necessarily have to vote. It's still
Okay.
gonna stay a
Yeah.
recommendation.
Okay, then, let's go on to
Yeah,
the next thing.
talk
So
about it in the
I think
future.
something that is pressing that we need to discuss is again, the ban on gas leaf blowers. The majority of the council supports this, and I'm hoping that tonight we can vote to have the revised ordinance that was on the last meeting's under first reading be put on the agenda in the next meeting. I think it's a fair ordinance. It gives the residents, landscapers, municipality 2 years to transition before the official ban in
That
January.
wasn't the last ordinance.
No, there was one. Let me clarify. There was an ordinance on first reading that we worked on that was pulled the night before the meeting, and that's the one I'm referring to. I'm not referring to the one that
Where
we
you're
voted
all
down.
the public, the
Yeah.
county, the
So-
board, talk about the school board committee, but the school board and
So
and the county.
just to
forces.
educate you on how government operates and functions, municipal government can't dictate how a higher form of government like county and federal and state operates. They don't have to follow those rules, and Mr. Trank will tell you that. And he can even meet again with the
So
county,
doesn't have to
federal,
buy them, but we
the
do.
county doesn't, the federal properties in town and state properties do not. That's just the way government operates and
But then-
functions.
but we would
So
have to.
Mr. Trank would have to then speak to them to confirm that, but that is the conversation that we've had, and that what I'm told, my understanding in government is that municipal ordinances
Mhm.
are only followed by municipality, not higher forms of government,
get that.
again, like state, federal, and county.
So
So-
just to your clarification, so we would have to increase our township budget to buy new equipment, but the other entities would not have to. Just yes or no, Councilwoman?
Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Castellino,
Yes.
there's support from the majority of the council.
Answer the question for the
And-
public. So the township would have to increase their budget to accommodate for this new equipment. Yes,
the
for the sake
other
of the
entities-
environment, yes.
But the state and the county.
And
for
federal,
which
you
work
keep saying
for would not.
county, and
Because
it's
you-
federal too. It's three other
Okay.
forms of government that are
I
higher
just want to get
than
the facts straight to
municipality.
the public.
I've told you in the last meeting,
No, I didn't
when
hear
we
that.
last spoke about this, and
not hear
Mr.
that.
Trank is also aware of this. So why don't you
Okay.
reach out to our attorney and he'll educate you on this as well.
I don't need to be educated,
So,
Councilman. I just want the
again, I
public
would
to be
like to make
educated.
a motion. I think I did. I think I did do that.
But weren't you waiting for the Montclair's case to be?
No,
heard?
because let me tell you, Montclair's case, their.
It was
ordinance-
dismissed.
Thank you.
It was dismissed.
Oh, wait, can I speak to it? Because.
Sure, I want to know. I didn't. hear
Again, I'll
that.
educate you. Montclair's ordinance was not written well. They didn't give their residents substantial time to be able to buy the electrical blowers. I think they gave them like a couple of months, if that. It was like implemented right away.
That's what you guys were doing.
We're not. If you listen, I said that the official ban will take place in January of 2026, which is 2 years, but there will be a ban during the summer months. We worked with Councilwoman Nancy Adams from Maplewood, myself, Mr.
Yes.
Trank, and Joyce Rudin together to make sure that our ordinance protects us from litigation and it's fair. And you're not exempting certain people, like, it doesn't work that way. So
Okay.
again, I don't know if any of my other colleagues like to say
Yes,
something, but I would like, yes, and I mentioned it again at the last meeting.
Okay. Make the
Councilman
motion.
Castellino.
Okay.
So I would like to make a motion.
Well, can I make a comment? real quick?
Yes, sure.
So as we go forward with this,
Sure.
I spent some time again with Joe Pelosi. It was very productive. What we are going to have to consider in the next iteration of this, I don't want it to hold up what we're doing now. We have to consider two things. Number one, it's going to cost us about $100,000 to get all the new equipment. So about half of that can be in the capital budget, so that's negligible. The other half is going to have to be in the operating budget. That's something that's going to have to be considered for next year. It's also we're going to have to build in some mechanism for enforcement. Now, I've been told that other towns have been able to enforce bans like this without having to hire employees. I'm not confident that we will. And so if we're going to have to hire employees, we're going to have to look at and also announce when that enforcement will actually begin. We're going to have to look at the ability to build into our budget, which, would have to be done by 26 at the very latest, but maybe as soon as 25, 1 or 2 inspectors that can then handle the enforcement part of it. So, these are things that we're going to have to consider as we're making a capital budget decision this year. Any other bonding issues for this year as we go through our budgeting process next year. And then it's gonna be a real thing for us at the very latest 26, but it could actually happen in 25. Now, does that mean we can't move in that direction? No, it doesn't mean that. We can move in that direction. We do have a seasonal ban for 2 years, and the seasonal ban is scheduled such that there isn't very much to blow. So folks can choose an alternative method in those summer seasons for the next 2 years. And then the full ban comes in 2026. And last thing I want to say on that is the reason we made those modifications is because of the folks that have come and asked. And I've spoken to them myself directly. And some of the commentary that I've gotten back in return is that, look, we know this is the way of the world. A lot of other places are going that way. These are our objections, and you can't just decide to do it today. You got to give us some time. So we extended the seasonal ban by an additional year. The full ban doesn't come until 2026. And in that period of time, we can do some things to figure out, because other towns have done buybacks where they've allowed residents to turn in their gas-powered equipment and get
A $50 rebate. so that they can
$75
go
or whatever
buy
it is.
Something,
Go
yes.
buy something else.
Funds at the town.
No, they put, so let me answer her question really quickly,
Sure.
if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
So in other towns, specifically in Maplewood and South Orange, They actually set aside a $100,000. I'm not certain where the funds came from, but they set aside a $100,000 rebate program so that residents would get, and if you said 75, somewhere between a $50 and $75 rebate. Certainly that's something that's can be done.
There's some other things that we can consider to ease the transition, whether it be organizing landscapers for a co-op so they can do bulk purchases, whether it be getting some additional funds to offset it at a higher level for seniors or low-income people. Maybe if you qualify, if you're 65 or older, or if you make less than whatever amount, then your rebate is $100. If you make if you're not, then your rebate 75 or whatever. But we have time to figure that out and come up with something that's fair and that doesn't break the budget here. But these are real considerations. And while we're on it, we got to think about that for literally every single department. Every department, I think with the possible exception of the health department, is understaffed. And maybe the firefighters are within 2 or 3 of full staff, and you guys know better than me, but almost every department in town is understaffed. We've got to be intentional about how we handle these finances so that we have the money we need to invest in people. One, so that they can be paid fairly, and 2, so that there's enough folks working to get all of the work done in an efficient way.
Well, you guys
That's it for me.
denied promotions and now you're going to, again, we need money for parking lots and you're gonna go buy $100,000 worth of equipment. I just don't understand it.
I can help you understand.
I don't know why you just don't wait till the state moves this forward, why you gotta check a box. The batteries are a big issue, but again, this is what you want to move forward with it. I said my piece. I just think there's money better spent for our
grant writers.
Part of the challenge, though, for us is that we're giving things that have to be done now.
Yeah.
We're not planning a year, 2, 3, 4, 5
I need
down the
parking
road.
lots done downtown. We talked about economic development. We talked about a planner. We need these parking lots fixed. You guys were down at the downtown meetings, the downtown ribbon cuttings. Quigley's lot looks like hell. Lando lot, we're only putting 100,000 towards it this year, and I hope you guys support that. And that's not nearly enough because that needs a major renovation. The lot down by over here needs to be more user friendly. So we have a lot of challenges that we need to get to. I understand.
You're exactly right, Councilwoman.
Create a capital plan and come.
Motion, because before it gets late, if there's other things we need to discuss. I'm making a motion to include the ordinance that I worked on with Mr. Trank, Joyce Rudin, and Councilwoman Nancy Adams on first
That was
reading
I'll second.
in the next
I'll second it.
council meeting
Right.
on first reading.
There is no enforcement in that ordinance, and
Yeah.
I think,
They could take pictures of each other.
Again, the official ban is not
plenty of time.
until 2026, and we can
But you're
revisit it.
making a homeowner go out next summer, this summer, 2024 is this coming summer. And they're gonna have to go buy if they have, because there's a lot of people, like you guys where you live, you have landscapers. There's people that don't have landscapers and try to maintain their properties, and they're gonna have to go out and buy that.
Councilwoman,
spring.
I made a motion. It
Yes,
was
you did. I
properly seconded,
apologize.
and I hear what you're saying,
She
but
has-
other
she-
municipalities
she-
are doing it and states, so.
she has a right to respond and give her opinion, so.
Not once the vote is, we've already properly seconded.
Yes, I
But
apologize
she-
for being out of
she-
order.
If we have not called the vote, we can have discussion, guys. That we do it,
It's
we do
fine.
it.
We're going back and
Excuse me,
forth.
just to make sure,
Fine.
I want to get the motion to introduce
On first reading,
on first reading.
the ordinance that was previously worked on.
It was introduced, it was.
We're gonna need to
It
get.
was never introduced.
The
was never
the
introduced.
previous leaf blower, we'll get the ordinance, I'll get the ordinance. on. The leaf-
You're gonna get
The one that was originally on first
Yeah, it's-
reading and then was pulled right before the meeting.
More
Yes.
expensive one, forget it.
Was the one that was pulled last month.
Yes.
I'll get the.
Thank you so much.
All right, we need to, guys, I know it's getting late. I know.
Discuss
We need
couple
to,
more things.
we need to discuss the date.
Oh, you gotta call the vote.
Call the vote for, okay.
Yeah.
We had a motion, so we had a second. Okay, Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Absolutely not.
Council President Williams.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
motion carries.
Okay,
4 to 1.
that's another council discussion, new matter, or actually pending matter, tree ordinance. How do you guys want to go about this? I just spoke to Mr. Trenk as he was leaving. And I said, do you want us to have a workshop, or do you think that we should do kind of like what we did with this ban on gas leak blowers and have a meeting with our green members and Mr. Trank and kind of work it out and then come back to you guys and bring it up in the next council discussion pending matters and go through it, and then have a workshop? Like, what do you prefer? He thinks it's easier to do it the way we did.
I think so too.
Ban on
I would
gas.
agree with that.
So the environmental commission's copy is not.
I was getting ready to say you need to bring in the environmental commission, but you didn't say them. You didn't say them.
But I would bring them in because we work with Nancy Adams. I'd work with someone else. It's not just me and our Green West Orange and Mr. Trank. Yes.
We have
with the environmental
Thank you.
commission representative.
Okay. Or,
So what are your
or
thoughts, guys?
we're not ready. We're not ready for it to be introduced and we're not ready
I
for
understand
it.
that.
So
I wanna-
whatever,
What do you mean?
however you think it would be advisable, if you want to go out, this is something that you asked initially to be revisited. So if you want to go out and get an additional input, I think that's what you should do.
Great. Okay, because
Yeah.
there was talks in a previous meeting about a workshop, so I just wanted to confirm.
We're not ready for a
Okay,
workshop.
I understand. that.
Okay.
That's why I brought it up.
And then the next one is our meeting for the
Well,
21st.
how are we
Wait a minute.
moving forward? with
Yeah, I
that?
don't,
Are we gonna submit so who is the repository? Is it the BA? Is it the CFO? Is it town attorney? How are we submitting whatever our edits are? What is our agreement going forward?
So if, I think Councilwoman wants to meet with some additional groups.
Yep.
I think she should be
Mr. Trent.
given an opportunity to do that and to make those connections, including the environmental
Do it together.
commission.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have an issue with that, but I felt like the environmental commission already did their markups. Our Green West Orange did their markups. We already had a template to work from that was already
But the ordinance
Only-
was
I had
submitted.
it,
The
yeah, I
ordinance
had
was
submitted
actually
something that was
submitted
done.
and then we tabled it. So at this point, it's
But
tabled.
I mean, I could be wrong, and these things go late, and it's already now I can't even go get something to eat because it's 11:30. When we tabled it, it was because the version that was put on the agenda was not was the version that it did not take into consideration the changes that our Green West Orange had recommended.
But the administration has come back and said why they did not include those to us as well. On that actual ordinance, they did list in the columns.
I saw that, but only one of those was a legal issue. All the other ones were it's just the position that they took.
So I again reiterate, we gave them what our expectation was and what we wanted to see. They came back and they gave us a product. I think it is our responsibility to go through that product and mark up whatever additional changes that we want.
So how are we gonna do it? We're gonna do it in email or are we gonna have a meeting? Because there's no agreement. She wanted a workshop. Are we going?
Let's do it in email first. Let's try to do it in email first. Let's have it done by the November 21st meeting. So that means if we're gonna do it by email, if we want to pull out our calendars, so that we're all on the one accord.
I would recommend that it be in by November 13.
Looking at the calendar now, that gives us Monday, the 13th. I
Yeah.
would actually ask, today is the 24th. If we can get this in by the 6th of November. Because right now
We're
we're
in
talking,
election season.
but right now we're talking about, so let's put a pin in that for right now. Let's go to when we're gonna move the meeting, because that is gonna dictate everything. So right now, we're looking at the 21st for our meeting, and we've been asked to not do it on that date. Was there a reason why the 21st was not a good date?
Just because it's the week of Thanksgiving, people take off and for residents and
But school doesn't end until the 20.
I understand.
Yeah.
Not meeting the week of the.
I just don't think we should meet the week of a holiday. That's, yeah. So, and
Okay, so
then
then do we want to then move that date to the 28th of November?
I'm good with that. But then we have a meeting the following week after. on
That's
the 5th.
fine.
You
I
guys okay
mean,
with that? Yeah,
that's fine.
that's fine. I'm okay with the 28th. That'll give us more.
Okay,
time.
the challenge with that, and we need to confirm that or affirm that with the clerk, is because if we're gonna meet on the 28th, that means that the next day, the 29th, she has to prepare for the next meeting. She has to have everything prepared for the next meeting.
I think
What about
there's some
November
more
13th?
vetted Stuff going on that week, there are half days.
I thought that started
Monday,
Tuesday,
Monday.
Monday the 13th.
No, I think that.
You wanna move it up? I'm happier with that than moving it back. That week, the 27, 28, 29, or 28, 29, 30. Let's see, 20,
Thursday, the 9th.
28, 29, and 30. That's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are all early dismissal. So is something going on with the school?
Okay.
Okay,
13th, I could do it. Oh, you said you
Monday
can't
the
do it
13th.
13th?
Can we do Monday the 13th, Michelle? November?
We don't want to do it on that Tuesday, the 14th? Just keep it on Tuesday?
no, that's
That's
the
the
that's
League
the
of
league, and
Municipalities.
I already have events that are
Yeah,
scheduled.
let's not, we can't, cause, yeah, no. All right, so 28th, are you around 28th?
Monday?
That's a
Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday.
My only question to you about the 28th, if you have a meeting the following week, if you don't have, do you have enough time to advertise if anything has to go on? That's the only thing.
Well, we
I
could
don't
also
know that.
move it to
I don't know
the-
the legal of that. I'm just.
So right now, can we just tentatively schedule for the 28th until we talk, until the clerk and make sure she has enough time? So right now, we're tentative on the 28th.
But just in case, can we get an earlier date in the event that doesn't work for her, so we don't?
Well, the only other option right now is either gonna be the 13th, as we indicated, which is the day before the league. I-
Wednesday, the 8th.
So I have a recommendation, because if you don't have this ordinance locked and loaded by December, you gotta wait to January, because here's the problem I've experienced with the cannabis ordinance and other ordinances. It's the holidays, people are not paying attention, we go to pass something that affects the whole, to the conversation we had earlier that we were debating. When people find out about it, they're not paying attention during the holidays and it affects them, then, you want to make sure people have ample opportunity to hear about the.
I can agree with that.
Can we do it
wait?
on Monday, the 20th, instead of the 21st, Tuesday, the 21st?
Of November.
I'd rather meet the 20th.
Me too, than Tuesday.
Than
which is right
Tuesday?
before Preparation,
Because it's my
travel
husband's birthday,
time.
that's.
I'm okay with the 20th.
I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with Monday, the 20th.
I'm good with the 20th.
We're not doing a council meeting the 21st?
No, we are.
No, that's a council meeting.
Twice.
No, we're having a council meeting on the 20th. We're moving the 21st to the 20th.
Yeah.
On Monday instead of a Tuesday.
Okay, so right now, we're gonna do the next council meeting on November the 20th,
Yes.
Pending clerk,
pending
feedback.
the clerk's approval and consent.
Do we have this room here?
All right, so-
On Mondays.
I don't think there's anything on the calendar on the schedule.
We need to get there.
Yeah, get the room.
So the only, okay, so let's go back,
You
guys,
go a lot of weight.
guys, because we want to get out of here. So if we're gonna move the meeting to the 20th, can I still ask that we have any changes to the tree ordinance by the 6th of November?
13th.
That's not enough time for us
Yeah,
to.
Or the 10th.
Wait, what are you doing on first reading on the 20th or?
Yeah, first reading, if it's approved.
If it's approved first?
No, it's not, if
Oh,
it's
no, no, no.
approved,
Has to
it's
go to
not.
legal.
Talk about it,
Yeah.
about the new
Right.
meeting.
Yeah,
Right.
You should do first reading.
Would be in December,
December.
or
And we
either,
have 2 meetings in December, by the way.
No, we only
no,
have
we
one.
only have one.
Well, on our township website, it indicates that we have 2 meetings.
One, I just
You
looked.
can't do that tree ordinance in December. People, you gotta give people.
We have 2 in December. It's on December 5th and December
nobody's
19th.
reading
That's what I have.
It's 2 meetings in
Yeah,
December.
December
November
5th
is
and
1 meeting. So
December 5th and
it can
19th.
happen. We just.
Let's not make it happen in December, because
Okay.
people are not engaged.
Yeah. I don't
Okay.
think
If we
it's
get
fair.
ourselves organized, and then we can make it for the first thing in January.
Okay.
It's the winter. How much tree cutting's going on?
Well,
I'm
I
fine
don't-
with that.
All right, so then, okay, so still, we are going to get any recommendations, changes, and suggestions in by November 6th.
No, now we need, let's not
I
rush it.
think the
Let's
13th is
take our time.
better.
The 13th?
13. Rush this.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can rush it.
So November 13th is fine, all right.
Yeah.
Any,
If it's not gonna even be on the agenda until next year, then we should really just take our time.
Yeah, just
and
take
wait
our
until the
time.
December meeting
Yeah.
to have it on. and,
So
like,
we
there's
don't have
no
to
rush.
worry about
Yeah,
November?
no rush. I would
Okay,
say.
all right.
Okay, one
That
last
works.
thing
Go
that
ahead.
is pressing though, is the civilian task force appointees. I think we should vote on them tonight because Chief mentioned it was time sensitive.
Yeah.
Rabbi Tobin called me months ago, mentioned it was time sensitive, and now that we finally have.
So let me ask a question. Has everyone had an opportunity to review
Yeah.
the resumes?
Yeah,
Is there any objection to the nominees?
none.
None.
what-
And Chief, all of them that have been nominated are eligible?
He
As far as
hasn't,
I know, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
cool.
there's nothing in the Attorney General guideline that precludes any of them. There is a background that's required, but.
all right, so I move for the,
About them, I don't see that as being an issue.
We don't
I-
have to choose between them. then.
no, we have three, and I want to move for the acceptance of the three
I
nominees.
second it.
Okay,
Civilian Complaint Review Board, we're making a
Yes.
motion to
to pass the three resumes that have been submitted. So do we need to identify that? That was Maria Vera, was the recommendation of Councilwoman Scarpa. Cynthia Hadley Bailey was the recommendation of Councilwoman Deborah Michael.
I'm sorry, the first one again?
Maria Vera,
I get everything. Pete.
Yeah.
So
And then-
Sean Woodley is the
Cynthia.
third.
and that's the
This is
recommendation.
really a consensus discussion, whether or not you all agree on it. I have to have a resolution drafted for you to.
Right, right. So what, right now, we're saying that we are in agreement.
Do you need any more or three?
No,
I
no,
don't think
three.
you have to take a vote. What we're saying is you can take those three.
Right.
And present that to us.
And present that to us.
So we don't have to do a motion tonight.
No, no,
I don't
no.
believe
I think we should, because I think we should close the nominations.
Okay, I mean, if you want to do it, if
But how
it
do you
helps,
want to
you
do it?
like.
Yeah, I'd like to close the nominations and I'd like for us, we're all in agreement for the three candidates to move forward.
Council President, so it's a resolution to close the nomination.
No, no, no. I'm making a motion
Right.
that we accept the three
Okay.
candidates
Good,
and we're going to close the nomination process.
okay.
Are you all,
Second it, yeah.
okay?
Let me write this down.
But I do have a question, because it's time sensitive. With the resolution, can we vote on it in an email or does it have to? be-
No.
It has to be in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not it's time sensitive in the fact that it's overdue.
Yeah,
So-
so it's late.
Thank you for.
Yeah,
pointing
in
your
November, meeting
selections.
end of November.
We'll be fine. We've
Okay.
got to go through
So we-
training. It's the
I have
training.
to set
is-
up the training. with the
Exactly.
prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
I'm at their schedule, so,
Okay.
it's fine. This is the big thing, getting three consensus.
Is there anything else on the pending matters?
We have to still vote on it, so I'm just going through. So it was motion by Williams, second by Gabor Michael, Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Gabor Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
and Council President Williams.
Yes,
Motion carries.
thank you. You have something else?
Yes, I don't know if we should go into executive session for this or if it's just something that.
We can't,
can-
we have an
No,
advertising.
Not right now, I'm talking about
Okay.
for the next meeting, I don't know if we have to agree, or maybe just if you guys can list it for the next meeting to discuss. If we can have an update on the sanitation contract, and if we can have an update on Rock Spring and downtown and where we are with carving out the parcels for downtown, for Rock Spring and what's happening with downtown.
Can you
So-
add the environmental center contract?
And
That's
the
up
environmental
in
center,
February.
and
Yeah.
thank you, and the environmental center contract.
So I don't think that we have to go into executive session for any of that. We just need to put it on the agenda.
That way we
Right.
can come prepared to answer any
They-
questions.
all we have to do is just send them an email, let the
Well,
questions.
Keep conference agenda light and they could give updates on those in conference. agenda.
Yes.
Yes, we can, we can.
Thank you.
If you
Very
send me
good.
an email exactly like what you want,
Mhm.
I'll make sure we have the right people here to give you a presentation for each one of those people.
Thank you.
Because
Yeah,
we
I'd
used to
like to get
do
more
anything
RFPs.
redevelopment in
Yes.
the beginning.
Yeah.
the Conference agenda, we used to get updates for that. We would always have that in conference
Yeah,
agenda.
and I'd like to
Alright.
see the RFPs for those. the
RFPs for what?
environment- For the
There-
environmental.
There's not any yet.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
there's no-
There's not an
Not been
RFP. There's not an RFP that's been prepared yet.
They're not there yet.
It's up in February, January, February.
It's,
right?
it's,
It's not
So we don't
prepared
have
yet.
Too much time.
It's just
November.
okay.
I think we better get it
So
done.
we're gonna wait till January.
I have,
Then we'll get it the week.
I have one thing. Is she done? Is Councilwoman?
Yes.
done?
Oh, yeah, I'm done. I'm just sending the email now.
Okay, so my one thing is, we had a lot of talk about capital, but are we gonna have first reading on capital budget next meeting, or where are we at? Like, what is the administration waiting for from us? Are you waiting for anything?
So the mayor sent an email to council asking for you to prioritize. Remember, she gave like two lists,
Yeah.
A list and a B list, to give her priority so that we didn't come here and spend the whole night doing it. You give her
Okay.
the priorities. There's a consensus among council. I imagine that she'll entertain that if there's an appetite for any certain.
All right, so can I ask that be submitted by the 6th then, so that she has an opportunity to review that? Please. Capital budget. She has a list of priorities 1 and 2. Just if you can take that,
If there was anything else?
no. If you can take that list and highlight or check off what you are in agreement with, so that they can come back and make whatever adjustments they have, whether it be under 1 or 2. If you are in agreement, just highlight that and send it back to the administration. And then I'll ask them to do a chart so that they can see which items we're all in agreement with, and then hopefully distribute that to us prior to us actually coming to the meeting, so that we understand where we all stand.
So I will certainly do that, but I'm also, I know I have a difference of opinion on some of the priorities, some that she thinks are 2, I think are 1, and vice
Yes,
versa.
exactly.
So, I'll put that in the notes as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe the mayor is indicating that, let's say 3 or 4 of you think a 2 is a 1. That's something she would be willing to do.
Move up, yes.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Council President, before we have any other matters or adjourn, I just want to clarify, we were going to move the meeting because of the tree ordinance. Are we still going to move the meeting until the clerk? We're leaving it for the 21st?
We're moving it because it's so close to Thanksgiving. and
Okay, I just want to clarify, so I'm going to tell the clerk.
But the meeting is on the 20th, not the
20th. We're going to
21st.
move it to the 20th, so I'm going
Yes.
to tell. okay.
Just one day.
Just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure we're clear on it, so I tell the clerk.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And then there was,
That is awesome.
I wanted to ask the administration to post the position for the CFO.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say?
I want to ask the administration to post the position for the
yeah.
CFO.
I second that.
That's very important.
We need to make sure there is,
Well, did he put his?
He didn't,
He
as
has-
far as I know, he hasn't selected a
well,
date.
we don't know who's put papers in because we haven't seen the list.
He's anticipating filing for retirement in the second half of the year. So he committed to being here through the budget season, barring any unanticipated crazy thing that happens in his life. He's going to be here to see us through the budget season.
But I have a question for you. The middle of the year, I don't think is realistic, because that's him leaving in the middle of budget season. Like this year, based on my experience here, we didn't get our budget until May, very late.
Yeah.
We didn't adopt the budget till September. So if he's gonna leave in the middle, then what happens?
This year was exceptionally late and he's committed to having it done. I don't, in talks, I can't speak for the man,
Yeah,
but in talks with him, he's not leaving
Yeah.
until that's process. is
Councilwoman
complete.
And I,
I understand that.
I'm not
just-
saying he's leaving July 1st. It might go into November, December,
I understand that we can't tell someone to leave. I understand that. I'm just saying, I mean, it's a concern
Right.
for.
Well, I've already asked that the position be posted, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, well, if you're gonna do that, can we please post the position for a business administrator?
No, that's the mayor's call. The CFO is a statutory requirement.
I tried.
The statutory offices are the council's purview, the business administrator and the township attorney are the mayor's purview.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I have two issues. How many crossing guards are still needed?
Question.
I'd rather get you a final count tomorrow. We're still down, considerably. I mean, we're covering, we've upped the pay. It's just getting people.
What is the pay now? Send that to me when you send me the number.
All we
We're
gotta do
now
is tell-
competitive. We were a lot more
That's a
competitive with everybody.
statutory.
So we didn't up it again. We upped it to, it's like 20 something dollars an hour.
Yeah, it's competitive with the surrounding counts.
All right.
And most of them are having trouble too, unless they have a small cadre and, it's easier to staff.
That's something you should solicit at your senior advisory board
Yeah.
to get, see who would like to
I
do
will.
that job.
All right, so that was the first thing. I'm happy to get that information, see where we stand there. Second thing is, what is the process for training residents that want to have a neighborhood watch?
Want to have a neighborhood
Oh,
watch?
that's easy.
That comes under the community services unit. We would go to a resident's home, sit down with them. I try to go to the first one and then I kind of like to pull away and I explain that to the resident that like people like to see the chief, but you know, if I'm at all these meetings,
Yeah.
And-
a guy like him that does all these, you know, he's kind of gonna stand in the back and this is the guy I want you to have ears and eyes with. So I usually go to the first one, introduce myself, introduce this, and then kind of back out of it and let them take over. Herbie there could probably tell you more about them than I could, to be honest with you, because he's at all.
Okay, those are my only two questions. I'm done.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Good night, West Orange. Thank you so much for joining.
West Orange.
If you join us for our next meeting, it has been changed pending municipal clerk's approval and consent for November 20th, 2023. Thank you so much for joining us. Everyone have a safe and happy Halloween, and we'll see you in November. Thank you.